All right, we'd like to welcome everyone out to our city council tonight. Once again, we're in the High Chaparral, and we appreciate the crowd that we have here, and all those are out on TV land watching, so welcome. I've asked Quentin Nelson to give us a prayer, so if he'd come up.
Our dear Father in heaven, we thank you for this opportunity to gather and to learn of the doings of our city and to participate as citizens. And we ask thee, Father, to please guide us in the direction that we will be going. We ask thee to please protect all those who may be at risk of illness and those who continue to deal with illnesses that they may have for a long term, that they will be strengthened, and we pray that we can all come together in love and unity, and this we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. I've asked Councilman Scobes to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as you all know, we're getting into that wonderful season of Fiesta Days. So, yeehaw! Let's get our hats on, and I'd invite the rodeo committee to come on up. Yeah,
Did
you
you
can
steal
put it
my
on your
hat?
head.
Did you steal mine?
Well, thank you, Mayor. That's a good welcome. We're excited to be here tonight. I have a few people here with me from the committee, and I'm a little bit disappointed. You guys all look so awesome. And flanked on either end of you are two members of the rodeo committee that are not representing. So after that yeehaw, I feel like we need a loud boo for those two. The rodeo's drawing near. We're 13 days away today from our first performance. With COVID, there's going to be a lot of changes. You can see our masks. We'll have masks available for everybody that comes. Really, that's one of the biggest reasons we're able to have the rodeo, is because the state and the county health department, as we work with them in lockstep, trying to make sure we adhere to any and all guidelines, that's one of the biggest things that will allow us to move forward. So come enjoy the rodeo. I think we're all looking for a reason to get out and celebrate and go to an event. And it's a pretty small price to pay to be there. This year with the rodeo, there's a lot of things that'll look the same as last year. Last year was maybe one of the favorite rodeos for me that we've ever had. You guys will remember we had Cowboy Kenny, who's the high-flying motorcycle, doing flips and that. He'll be there again. Our clown, J.J. Harrison, is a crack-up. He's probably the favorite of the rodeo committee for sure, and I think most of our fans. So we're excited to have him. I want to thank you guys for the support, helping us get through the challenges with COVID this year and still be able to have the rodeo. I know that it's been stressful on my part, some of the staff, but you guys kind of stuck your neck out there for us too, so thank you. We really appreciate that support. I have Kevin Parker here with me tonight from the rodeo committee, and Seth and Dale. We also have Kelly Cloward here with our newly crowned Fiesta Days Rodeo royalty. And I'm going to invite Kelly up here to introduce our queen and first and second attendant to you. Thank you.
Well, here's our royalty for this year, and I'll tell you what, there's obviously a lot of shakeups with a lot of rodeos this year, and all these girls flocked to Spanish Fork because some of them got the opportunity to come down here and compete for our royalty because they didn't have conflicts other places that they might have had they been going on, if that makes any sense. So we had 7 girls come down. We actually had 8, and the cream of the crop is right here, and this is our new royalty right here. We got our queen from Lake Point. This is Hadley Seeds right here. Our first attendant is Madison Wallace from Glenwood, Utah. And Janessa Sullivan is our second attendant. And I'll let them take over and tell a little bit about themselves, and you can get to know them a little better now.
Okay, well, I'm a little short for this. To start out, we do have some cookies we'd like to pass out to you guys to thank you guys for having us here. While she's passing those out, I'll just introduce myself. As he said, I'm Hadley Seeds. I'm from West Point, Utah. I'm about 20 years old. I graduated Syracuse High in 2018, and I'm currently pursuing communications at Weber State University. And I just want to say I'm so honored to represent such an amazing rodeo as well as amazing community.
Ooh, this is a little short. All right, so I'm Madison Wallace. I am from Glenwood, Utah. I had the opportunity to be a second attendant on the rodeo last year, and so I'm very, very honored to be able to serve this rodeo again. Currently, I graduated from Southern Utah University this April with my major in agribusiness and my minor in chemistry. And right now, I am pursuing my Master's of Business Administration from SUU, so I'm very excited to be starting the next journey of my education. I think that Fiesta Days has the opportunity to bring something really special to the community, and I'm very, very excited to be a part of it again.
You guys are right, this is short. We need to grow a few inches. My name is Janessa Sullivan. I'm born and raised in Lehigh, Utah. I'm super excited to be the second attendant this year. Last year I graduated from Skyridge High School in 2019. I'm currently going to Weber State University, getting my minor in marketing and major in business. So I'm excited to be pursuing that. I have been currently working at a cutting horse barn up in Ogden and rodeo queening as much as I can, but I'm excited to represent Spanish Fork in the Fiesta Days rodeo this year.
Oh yeah, get the good looking ones in there. Thank you. We're pretty excited to have you represent Spanish Fork, and appreciate all the time and effort you've taken to come down here and try out and win. So we like that. All right, next, Stacey, I'm going to turn a little time for you. Do you want to introduce Miss Spanish Fork?
Miss Spanish Fork, let's get some more royalty. Ajare Talbot, will you take over from here and introduce your attendance and your platform? Just tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, of course. My name's Ajare Talbot. My parents are Vernon and Rachelene Talbot, and my social impact initiative is Have Hope Suicide Awareness and Prevention. And in the fall, I'll be going to Dixie to go dance there. So I'm really, really excited for that. And this is my honorary Miss Spanish Fork. Her name is Karen, and her favorite thing is sneezes. So if you give her a little achoo, she loves it.
Mayor, can we hear your pretend
Achoo! Ah, wow. That wasn't pretend.
My name is Brandy Sensabaugh. I'm the great-granddaughter of Faven and Leah Cook. My social impact initiative is Get Up, Give Back, awareness on respecting and serving your elders. This fall I will be attending Utah Valley University, and I will be studying medical science. So yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
I'm Gianna Pace. I'm the daughter of Mike and Becky Pace. My social impact initiative is advocating for military veterans and soldiers, and I plan to go to University of Utah in the fall to study psychology.
I'm Brooklyn Murray. I'm the daughter of Randall and Cresta Murray. My social impact initiative is education that empowers, encouraging success through learning. And I will be going to BYU this fall in order to study social science teaching and hopefully become a high school teacher. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Once again, we're grateful for all these queens and royalty. It sure brightens up our chambers here. So thank you for representing Spanish Fork through the coming year. Okay, next we'll go to public comments. Anyone that would like to come and address the mayor and the council, if you're here for a public hearing, if you'll want to wait till that time, and you can address that during a public hearing, but if you just got something general you'd like to come and talk to the mayor and council, you're welcome to come up. And you got 3 minutes. I know that's hard for you.
Can I take some of you guys' 3 minutes? Not a problem, Mayor. Mayor and City Council, I come before you tonight.
You want to introduce yourself?
My name is John Mendenhall.
Thank you.
I live up on Eagle Drive in East Spanish Fork. I don't know how many of you saw what happened up there on the 4th of July. My family and I were out on our deck watching the fireworks over the city and Mapleton and Springville, and we can see clear out over the entire valley. It's a beautiful sight to watch that. We could see the fireworks that are going on in Provo and Orem, the big fireworks and everything. As those wound down, most of the people, I guess, had pretty much spent all their money on their fireworks, and they were settling down in Spanish Fork too. And my son Tyler was out on the front yard with his son, and just kind of ready to go. And he came busting through the front door and said, "Everybody, get out on the lawn. We may have to evacuate. There's a fire across the road." And just over the road from my place, in a little hollow that goes up where, it's kind of in the area where the city's trail ends right now, a fire had started there. And we could see the smoke rising up in the sky, and the flames were being illuminated against that. And it was a scary sight, I'm telling you. As we went out there, I had ash and debris that were falling down on my house, on my shirt, and things like that. We didn't know quite what to do for a second. My other son, Corey, grabbed a hose out of the garage, and we started to wet things down, the oak brush next to the house and stuff like that. Tyler had already called 911. And we expected to see the fire department any second. And sure enough, up Highway 6, here came lights, sirens, the fire department, police department, an ambulance. They all got up there. I mean, within minutes, we had people up there on that street ready to put that fire out. In the bottom of that draw is a crappy old road that only is passable by four-wheelers and side-by-sides. At least that's what I thought. But the fire department were able to get their trucks up and over and on top of that fire, and were able to put that fire out within just a matter of maybe a half an hour. They got up there with pumpers and with their spray trucks. I don't know how many trucks they had. My sons and I ran across the street. Two of our neighbors were not home. And so we wanted to get some water on their backyards and on the oak brush that was there. And one of the city's policemen came running down through there, and he says, "John, who lives in this house?" He says, "I've been banging on the door. There's a light on, but it doesn't appear anybody's home." And I says, "They're in Lake Powell." "What about these guys?" You know, and it was my bishop. I said, "He's gone for the weekend as well." So we were able to leave messages for them and get hoses out there, get their sprinklers on, and it was a community effort. But what I'm here for is to really thank Spanish Fork City in general, but specifically our first responders, especially the fire department and the police department and the ambulance crew. They all put their holidays on hold and put their lives in danger by going into those hot spots and getting that fire out. And it was no small task because it was on a very steep hill. And if that would have got over that hill, it would have been burning up towards the cross, where most everybody knows. And if it got up there, that's really tough terrain, and who knows where that fire would have stopped when it got to there. So the foresight of the city to be protecting us with a second fire station up on the east side of town, that's going to help on those side hills and up in the canyons like you wouldn't believe. But more than anything, we just want to say thank you from my family and my neighbors that you guys support our first responders and keep them in the equipment that they need. And we really want to thank all of those guys and gals who came up and literally saved our bacon. You don't know how important they are until it's your house or your property that's being threatened. So, thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Maybe before John leaves, let me just add something to what John said. We appreciate very much the thoughts and comments shared, but we were very, very lucky Saturday night. There were a number of things, and I shared this with the mayor and council over the weekend, but there were a number of things that went right and some divine providence, I think, that occurred that made it so this wasn't bad. And it started out by being possibly bad by somebody that was breaking the law and being very irresponsible. I don't know who it was, and maybe the police have identified and are working through that. I don't know. But there's really no other way to say it. A very, very irresponsible individual to take fireworks up on the mountainside and light them off. It's illegal and it's irresponsible. But as I said, there were a number of things that went right, and I just want to highlight those. The fire started in an area where it was cut between two roads. This cut that Mr. Mendenhall mentioned is a trail cut, and then there's a road above. And so there were two fire breaks, and it started close to the upper one, and fires want to go uphill. So if you've ever lit a match, it always wants to go up. So if you hold the match upside down, right, it burns your hand really fast. It wants to go uphill. And because it was right against a fire break or a road, it couldn't. And so it really only burned downhill. There were a number of people who actually saw that fire happen. I'm guessing that when your son called, there were probably at least one or two other phone calls that were even 30 seconds sooner. And so the 911 call was immediate, and that was very, very fortuitous. Those fire trucks happened to be dispatched to a different call. That turned out to be erroneous. And so they were, which is usually a bad thing, but they just were in the general area, and as they were coming back, they turned onto the Powerhouse Road instead of continuing down Highway 6, and they were able to be there very, very quickly. And then last of all, and maybe most special of all, the wind stopped. At 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, at that location, does the wind stop? Yeah. Not really, right? And so at that moment, the wind stopped. And so as I mentioned earlier, there are some providential things that occurred. And we're very fortunate, and I say we, including the residents that live there and the community at large. But this could have been very much prevented and should have never happened if people that were going up to view the fireworks would have just simply gone to view rather than to also experience on the mountainside. There are signs all along there that say no fireworks, it's illegal, we've posted different things, but at the end of the day, you know, we can't police every moment. People still have to be responsible. So we have one more fireworks season, and the reason why I came up and followed Mr. Mendenhall is we have one more fireworks season that starts July 22nd. And we can't outlaw outright fireworks in the city of Spanish Fork. We cannot do that as a city. But we have identified areas, this area is one of those, where we have fields and mountains. You cannot shoot fireworks within 200 feet of those. Follow that law. I'm looking at you because you're the audience. I'm not looking at you as if you're the bad people, but I'll look at the camera, wherever it is. Follow that law. Don't be irresponsible, because it's a second of a neat firework, and then it's a life of horror for the people whose homes and livelihoods are affected. And so we just call upon the residents and the people that come to view fireworks from beautiful vantage points to be smart and to be responsible. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much for that. Be safe and be careful with your fireworks. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you. All right, come on up.
My name's Dave Johnson. I've been a citizen of Spanish Fork for over 50 years. Just to follow up on what's been said, but I live on 6th North and 6th East, and this person has been doing these illegal fireworks for years. Now, I was sitting out front on the 4th of July. My wife was in the back, and these illegal fireworks that he goes out of state and gets goes 150, 200 feet in the air. Now, mayor and council members, If you have your kids and grandkids out there watching, their eyes are on the sky. Now, when this comes down, you can't see it. And if it hits you in the eye, that's it, or a laceration. So, I've prepared a statement. I would like the mayor and the council members and the police officers to read it and maybe follow up on it. May I approach the
You bet.
bench?
You betcha. Wow. Holy cow.
Yeah. And that hit my window and on the roof and on the carport. And there was so much fire and flames in the back, my wife had to come in the house, afraid she was going to get burned.
Great. I appreciate that. We'll get them to the right people.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else who'd like to come up? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to council comments. Councilman Argyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. First of all, the airport had their board meeting. Talked a little bit about their finances as they have moved to be an enterprise, and then also they're starting the new runway that's running north, north from the towards the Guard, which will be a runway that will serve if in the future MSAR and some other development that'll go along Main Street as they start to build that runway. There'll be a period of time that they will, because of the closeness of the runway, they'll have to close the airport down for a few days while they do that. And it was 7 days, but they've changed it to 3 days, so it'll be a quick and painless, hopefully, for the city while they close that down. Other than that, everything else is moving forward. We're still having lots of requests for leasing and new hangars. People are wanting to come to Spanish Fork now that it is Spanish Fork Airport. And we're moving forward with some other things that are happening. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to walk through Station 62, if you heard and talked about it. We also had the opportunity to do a walkthrough through the new All Abilities Park. This is going to be hard for me, so in a time where everything that's in this state and nation and things that seems to be negative, a great thing is happening in Spanish Fork. This All Abilities Park is coming together. I want to thank Westland Construction and their contractors. They've gone above and beyond, and also the departments of Spanish Fork. They mentioned yesterday that anytime they've had a problem and approached those who need it immediately, they've been there to keep this park going forward. As you know, we have a deadline date to meet, and that's in 13 days or so, to have this park open. To watch what has happened over the short year, not even a year time, this park is going to be an awesome park. I can't believe the things that have gone into it. Dale Robinson told me that we met here a little while ago in the fall with the families of some special needs. And we asked them to write some things down and to tell us what they'd like to see in a park. And Dale Robinson just asked me as we was walking up the path, what do you think? I want you to know that everything that was on them lists, we were able to meet in some form at this park, in some small fashion or some large fashion. Also, where it's an All Abilities is for everybody to be there. To those families, Spanish Fork just made a comment that you're important to us. Nebo School District says there's some 4,500 special needs families in their school districts. This is going to be a park that's going to be enjoyed. It's going to be so awesome. As you've drove by and looked at that mountain that it's going up, in the fall, and the water park that's going to be there, and these things are going to be there. This is going to be unreal to me, the park, when we have a ribbon cutting and invite those families and everybody in this city to Spanish Fork. This park is unreal. I hope, as we've gone through Station 62 and the All Abilities Park, I think I only heard 75 times somebody say, well, because of COVID-19, this has been delayed. Our fire station is probably going to open up with no doors, so it's just going to have stations sitting there, temporary doors. But the biggest object of the All Abilities Park is was in a place where the factory was closed down, that was in a state that was hard hit by this, and they are counting every day. They're trying to get the tree hut that's going to be the middle of that and be the thing, that right there on the screen if you want to look. So awesome. But the pavilions, the parking, the shade and everything else that's gone into this park, the walk path that's around it, Spanish Fork City, you're going to be grateful for this park in your community. It will be one awesome park, and you'll be able to enjoy it from now on. And I just wanted to say thanks to those who have been involved, the departments in Spanish Fork, the construction. They've done this in short order. You don't usually have a construction company say, I want to do this, and then have them complete it like they've been doing. And they informed us of the things and the patterns they're going to do so that when they're done and they walk away, everything's clean and the parking lot looks good. And I am excited to have our ribbon cutting real soon in the future. Thank you, and enjoy this. Take a moment to drive by and watch it. It's going fast. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Gordon.
Echo what Chad, Councilman Argyle was saying. We were able to sit down and enjoy a sandwich at the All Abilities Park, and sat on the ground because there's obviously nowhere to sit. But it's my understanding from a lot of the workers that the family that was very generous in their donation for this park goes up and enjoys their lunch as well, and watches the construction take place. So I encourage, like Chad, you to take advantage of this. It should be open soon. As the fire station, you can see the progress of both of these facilities on channel 16, and we just have an ongoing camera that every day I click through the channels and see where we're at, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Very neat. And so echo what Councilman Argyle said. It's going to be both of these wonderful assets. Someone asked, why is the fire station number 62? Spanish Fork is a city, we're number 6 when you dispatch police or fire and ambulance, and then the number 2 represents our second fire station. So somewhere in the future when we have a third station, it'll be Station 63. And so a lot of neat things happening between those two projects. Moving on to my assignment as the chairman of the garbage board at the transfer station has been increasingly busy as everyone's cleaning out their garages and doing a lot of home cleanup, still continuing to just crush the number of tickets that come across the scales. And our workers at the transfer station are doing a tremendous job keeping up with all of the waste that we're taking to the transfer station. So continue to applaud them and keep working on our new transfer station design. As before this meeting we discussed, and we'll be discussing later, the design of our library. And there's a lot that goes into the design. Oftentimes we just want to put a shovel in the ground and go to work, but the design part is very important, and we're going through that with the new transfer station. Mayor, keep working on that. The last thing I have to report on is my assignment on the Water Quality Board at the state level. Last council meeting, I made a comment about how the University of Utah, BYU, Utah State University, and the Division of Utah Water Quality at the state all conducted a study from the middle of April until May at 10 of the wastewater facilities throughout the state of Utah, which represents about 40% of the population. and they were studying the treatment water as it comes in for the COVID-19, and it was found in all 10 facilities. There was none found on the way out as it exits into our water bodies, and so they were able to do it with very little money. Just from our water quality board, we were able to put about $10,000 towards it, and then of course the universities, they were able to have a lot of wonderful developers with some students that were able to help us through the process. It was interesting as they saw large increases in Logan in the Hiram facility at the end of May. Well, we all, if we've been watching the news, we all understand what happened in that area as they had spikes. And so the state was impressed enough with the results of this presentation. I'm sort of thumbing through the PowerPoint that was shared with us last week before last. And the state was impressed enough with it that now they will utilize this and go further with their studies to watch as trends ebb and flow throughout our wastewater and during this COVID-19. So it's very, very interesting as the technology, interesting to see that other wastewater treatment facilities had very low numbers. So wanted to share that with you, Mayor, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Mendenhall.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo what Chad and Councilman Argyle and Councilman Gordon said about yesterday. That was two neat places to tour, and it speaks to local government, I think. I say that a lot in public meetings and all over the state where I get to, but represented to me what local government does for us as citizens, because it's just us as citizens coming together to help our own public safety. Obviously, that's going to be a blessing to the canyon and to the east end of town to have that there, and that's what we're here for, is to protect citizens. But then on the other side, to take care of the social, physical, and mental health of our citizens as well. That All Abilities Park is going to be such a blessing to everyone, and I'm just excited to see the progress of it. Fiesta Days, it's great to see those folks back there, and I'm excited to hear from you. I'm way stoked for the next couple of weeks of partying, and I know it's going to be a different look for us this year, but I'll tell you, having missed it last year from just being out of town for work for a few days, I'll take whatever I can get for Fiesta Days. I'm ready, and so is my family. My little boy Jagger, when I took my cowboy hat out to the Jeep to come down here today, he said, "What are you doing?" I says, "It's Fiesta Days, let's go." "Well, where's my hat? Let's go." So he was finding his hat, and he's ready to go. So again, it speaks to the fun we have as a community, and I'm so thankful for the staff and the volunteers that have worked so hard, so many hours. Been there and done that a few years, and I know you put just your heart and soul into it, and the change of it's tough, but it'll be worth it, and you'll be, I'll be thankful for it, and I know many thousands of citizens will too, so thank you for that work. Rotary, my quick Rotary minute. I wore my pin because I just got it in the mail today too. This Rotary pin, if you ever had the desire to volunteer and serve as Rotary president, there's a payoff for you at the end, is you get a pin when your year of service is done. So I didn't know that, but it came in the mail, and I figured I better wear it today, right?
There you go.
I got a 3-year-old in the house, like I told you, so it'll be lost before the end of the day, but it's on my collar today. New president that's this year, Dr. Luke Marvin, is just an awesome person, and he'll be great to serve as the president of the Rotary. They had a board meeting this morning, and again, just those individuals that come together every single week to try to help lift in our community are just awesome folks. So if you are looking for something to do and somewhere to help your community out, again, the Rotary Club is always taking applications, and come join us. It's a fun group. Parks and Rec. Dale had a meeting with our Parks and Rec committee just yesterday to update them on quite a few things happening in the Parks and Rec world. Again, another shout out to just the weird season that this has been for baseball and softball. Dale, your department has done a great job. Mark and everybody down there, including the umpires, have just done a great job. The Red Sox are battling the Yankees tonight, 7:30 p.m. city tournament game.
Awesome.
I'll be getting updates, so if I happen to yell or or say dang it, then that'll mean we're down. But just proud of parents, kids, and everyone alike coming together to make a season for kids and try to do it in a good way. Again, it always amazes me, but I've seen players that you can tell have just played a ton of baseball their whole lives, and these are 13 and 14-year-olds that have a minute to help kids that maybe this is their first year or maybe their second year in, and I've seen some of that humanity come out, and it's been an awesome thing to just sit there on third base and watch those kids do that. So excited for next season to be a more normal thing, but again, great job. The Chamber of Commerce, Heather Youd, couldn't make it here tonight as our director of the Chamber. Her daughter is preparing for surgery, and so they are quarantined to make sure they don't do anything. So she gave me a couple of notes just to read off about the Chamber of Commerce. The sidewalk sales, I'm sure somebody's going to talk about the sidewalk sales in the Fiesta Days Minute, but she reminded me from Center and 4th, the historic district of Main Street. Something really cool about that. Is somebody mentioning that, so I shouldn't say anything? Okay. Is that they're going to do coupons, or not coupons, but Stacy, help me out here.
Yes, in the magazine there will be like a drawing.
Okay, a drawing. So if you shop between the historic district of Main Street, Center and 4th, they're going to take your name down or something like that, put you in a drawing for free stuff, right? So make sure during the sidewalk sales you're visiting our downtown businesses on Main Street. Obviously, they could definitely use it during this unprecedented time of a pandemic and how their business have been affected. But thanks for the Chamber and Fiesta Days getting together and thinking outside the box to make something happen for business. The new networking lunch is July 16th is the next one. It is going to go back to a virtual online new networking lunch. So you'll get instructions if you're a member of the Chamber of how to attend that and participate with your fellow businesses. Lastly, Mayor, the League of Cities and Towns have some upcoming meetings coming up that Seth, our city manager, and myself will be involved in. And so we'll report after these, but these are meetings that will happen with a lot of different organizations, including the Utah Chiefs of Police Association and other entities inside the state, as we're having ongoing discussions about our communities and what it's what policing is and everything else, and really it's a threefold idea that we're having these meetings, and it's to talk to each other, but to listen to each other. More than anything, to listen to each other. We've had the catchphrase of love, listen, and lead. And so Seth and myself will report in the upcoming meetings of how those have went. And it's encouraging to see these take shape, these meetings start to take shape. Simply because, again, I'm a big advocate for local government and local representation. I had an interview sent to me just yesterday of Chris Swanson, who is the police chief in Flint, Michigan. You probably saw him in the news, but he was a few weeks ago was right in front of some protesters that it was becoming a pretty pretty tense situation in his city, and he ended up removing his his gear and talking to the protesters and said, ended up saying, "Let's walk." And he was interviewed by the managing partner of the firm that I work for, because he's a client, and they asked him, what's the most, what's the phrase that came out of that the most, or what's your quote? And he said that. He said, "Let's walk." And why he did is because it meant so much to those people to just hear, "Hey, let's walk. Let's walk together. Not you in front of me, not me in front of you, not me talking down to you or you talking down to me, but let's just walk." And so I think the more we can think about that in the situations that we are in life right now with a global pandemic and all these different things that we're dealing with, when we can do things with that mindset of let's walk together, that I think we can listen to each other more and come up with better outcomes, better resolutions. And I want you to know that's what this council does too. I again saw the results of that this last week. Mayor had quite a bit on his plate with his mom passing away, but I went into the city office to grab something. He says, I need to grab something from the mayor's office. I'm sure he's not there. And Angie said, no, he was here this morning for a meeting, and that was just during the day or two within his mom's passing. And I know that's the case for all your representatives up here and your staff. Is it's out of love for your city, out of love for service that we're trying to come up with solutions and help things, and that was another just instant to me of the mayor's love for service here. He wasn't going to miss a meeting because it was a pretty important meeting for our city that he was at. So thank you, and thank the rest of the council for all those meetings and all those things, time you take away from your family, because it ends up being a lot, and you serve our community well. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilman Scholes.
Mayor, just a couple of different things. The animal shelter, we got numbers. Numbers are always a month or so behind. In the month of May, they brought in 343 animals, considerably less than what they normally do. Due to COVID, I'm sure a lot of people, again, that was one service, as well as a lot of commercial enterprises that was down as far as service, which for them was actually a very good thing. Allowed them to get on top of different projects there. The Utah Lake Commission tentatively passed, or at least has a proposed budget of $297,000 for education, abatement, and things on the lake. We didn't have a quorum for our meeting in June, but through electronic means, they're still working to get that budget passed. Also, for the Veterans Council, and this is for all veterans throughout the community, on July 21st is Veterans Appreciation Night at the rodeo. The Diamond Fork Riding Club will be appreciating veterans. So if you're a veteran and plan on going to the rodeo and are looking for a night to go, that would be the night that they would love for you to go to be appreciated for your service to the country and to enjoy the rodeo that night if you're looking for an evening to go. Let's see. Oh, and then some personal things here that I just want to mention, bring up. For those that voted, I know it was a Republican primary and then a Democrat primary, both leading up to the elections in November, at the end of this year. Thank you for voting. If you looked at the primary results, there are a lot of changes taking place in the county, here in Spanish Fork with our representation in part of Spanish Fork anyway, District 66, things like that, as well as the governorship. There are changes that are happening, and that's the nature of the beast, but those that did exercise their right to vote, thank you very, very much. It means more than you actually know. Certainly, we go through that same process, certainly not the millions of dollars that it is for other venues, but every vote really does count, especially at these local levels here in the city and in our community and in the county, where our single vote really does make a huge difference. So those that did vote in each of the respective primaries, thank you very much for your service. taking advantage of that freedom that we enjoy. I've been in a number of countries around the world in my military service, and I cannot tell you how many times I get choked up remembering the people in Iraq that had purple thumbs, purple fingers. Some of them lost their lives standing in line just to vote and just to get that purple finger. And then others, just different story, but others were actually killed because they had that purple finger. There were insurgents that would go around and actually look for that ink stain on the finger and would kill and execute people. Fortunately, we live in a country, despite your leanings of any political leanings, one way or the other, endorsements of different kinds, we can vote without fear of any type of retaliation like that. So again, thank you very much for exercising that freedom. And then lastly, on a very, very personal note, towards the end of June, around the 20th of June, Spanish Fork lost one of its youth. There were three kids, all in their 20s, that were killed, hit by a train in Mona as they were crossing the tracks in their vehicle. One of those kids was from Spanish Fork. He graduated from Spanish Fork High School. He and my son were best friends. From our family, it was a very difficult time, but Brandon, if you would please pass to our officers and our department this little tidbit. They had a vigil several nights after Tanner Davies. He was the Spanish Fork youth that was killed. After his funeral, they had a vigil down at the crossing at Burriston Ponds. Sheriff Anderson of Juab County was down there, one of his deputies, just to kind of make sure that things stayed safe, and had the opportunity to visit with him. He and Mayor Seth, staff, everyone will be appreciate to know this. He had very great praise for Spanish Fork City's police department officers, knows Chief Adams and many of our officers personally, and as we spoke, he that love of the city that Councilman Mendenhall just referred to, he talked about the fact that Spanish Fork is a place where officers want to serve because they get and have the equipment they need, but they also have the support of a community for the difficult job and tasks that they do. So Brandon, that's a tribute to Chief Adams and you lieutenants' leadership, the sergeants all the way down to the patrolmen. So if you would please pass that certainly outside of Spanish Fork, that we have a great department, is very well thought of, and we do appreciate the hard work you are called to do, that you take upon yourselves, and as well as all the EMS during this summer season. But it was a great thumbs up from the Juab County Sheriff for our police department. That was just really neat to be out of Spanish Fork and still hear great things about our community. So, Mayor, that's all I have.
All right. Before I get to you, let me just take a few words here. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for the kind thoughts and outpouring. The passing of my mother last week, she was 94, and I wanted to tell the rodeo committee, I don't think she's missed a rodeo since she was a little girl. Grandpa used to take her to the rodeo, and so she used to attend every rodeo. Last year she came in a wheelchair because she wasn't in the best of health, but it was kind of fun. But just thank you for all the outpour, and we're grateful to have her, and I know there's a great reunion going on. The next thing, I had a meeting today. I'm on the COVA Recovery Committee. The county set aside $20 million for businesses, and so we are putting together an application form for those businesses that can apply for this money to help them if you've been affected by the COVID-19. So we just want to get that out, that we'll have those applications here in the next few weeks. But I want businesses to be aware that there are some funds available for them that they can apply for and get some relief from this past few months. So with that, I echo what everyone said about our All Abilities Park and our fire station. This is a great city. We've got a lot going on here, and And we got great citizens and great employees, and we're looking out for you. I want to thank this council. They're doing their best. And all the committees that we have here in the Spanish Fork, they're here to serve you. And they're looking out what's best for Spanish Fork. Sometimes we say, well, hey, what about my neighborhood? You know, sometimes that's not the best for the whole city. But generally, they're always looking out for your interests, and they're going to make decisions that are best for everyone concerned. So with that, now I will turn the time over to Councilman Beck, who's been waiting patiently along with the Fiesta Day Committee.
I know, and I just have a couple of comments. Make them suffer back there in the corner. This morning I was able to go to the 7-Eleven grand opening. So on the corner of Main Street and 3rd South, 7-Eleven opened this morning. And then also I wanted to just let the community know I'm on a council. It's called the Utah Leadership Council, and I'm on the committee. And we have invited our council along with every other elected official in Utah County to an event this Thursday, and it's just a discussion and roundtable of racial experiences and diversity in our community. Basically just for us to listen. No decisions will be made. It's just for a group of leaders to listen to possible problems that are happening here in Utah County and just maybe get our wheels spinning. So we've invited all of the leaders to attend that and learn from that. So next is Spanish Fork 101, and it's all about Fiesta Days. So I would like to invite our Spanish Fork 2020 Fiesta Days Committee Chairman and Event Coordinator up to the mic. Emily is our Events Coordinator, and I'm going to just kind of turn it over to Emily to introduce each of the chairmen.
I'm Emily Harriman, the Special Event Supervisor, and I'm going to introduce your chairman. The 2020 Fiesta Days Chairman, standing right over here, is Clint and Karen Muhlstein. And then our 2021 Chairman is Allison and Ron Nielsen. And then our past Chairman is Steve and Carrie Lee Danzy.
Maybe for just a minute, I just want to echo some of the things that have already been said about how great Spanish Fork City is. It's great to be able to be part of this committee and to have so many people involved and supportive and to be able to do those things. We're grateful for Stacy and her support, as well as the city people, for Karen and Emily. They've done a great job, and with COVID-19, it's been tough. We've had to go through a lot of things and look at the events and figure out how to make them work, and so we really appreciate all their help, and we really appreciate our committee as well. They've been very involved. We have a monthly meeting, and it starts next August again for next year, and so we're busy. But we appreciate them and the vigor that they have and the excitement, and just want to invite the community to come out to the events that they can. Remember COVID-19, be prepared, know and understand what you can and can't do with your families and the places you need to be, but we're happy that we're able to have these events, and thank you, Mayor, for those things that you guys have done to help support us.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for hanging in there with us. We waited till the very, very last minute to cancel some of the events, and we appreciate the council hanging in there and pushing for the events that we can have. So one of the events that we're really excited about that we have every year, and we're able to have it this year too, is the fireworks. So on July 24th, around 10 o'clock after the rodeo, there will be fireworks at the sports park, and they will be bigger shells. They will shoot higher and bigger. So you're able to maybe stay home and watch the fireworks this year. Or if you choose to go to a park, we just recommend that you remember social distancing, but we want you to have fun and know that we fought for this, and we're glad that we're able to have this event.
Good evening. I want to echo what Clint said. This is going to be a great experience. I just can't express how nice it is to all the volunteers that are here in Spanish Fork. It amazes me that there are that many people that are willing to give up time away from their jobs, their family, to support us in this endeavor that we're going through, especially with this time with the COVID. And so But anyway, I know Spanish Fork has a lot of talent in this town. Well, we also have some of the cutest babies in the state of Utah.
That being said, we're going to talk about the baby contest that will be held next Wednesday on the 15th. It'll be held at the Senior Citizens Building. This year, because of the COVID, we have spread it out so that people are bringing their children at different times so that we're not having everyone show up at the same time and we're able to do the social distancing. I myself, because Ron and I are over this, and this is our first year, want to really thank Abby Taylor and Kelly Williams, because they really know what they're doing and they just throw it all together and just tell us to show up, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
The first thing will start Saturday, and that's the car show. That'll be our first event, 9 a.m. to 2. And then they'll have the live band, Cry Wolf. So come have a good time.
And I'm going to talk about the food because, of course, I love it. But the food trucks will be there, too. And it'll be set up a little bit different this year because there'll be the pickleball tournament and some other things going on at the sports park. So the food trucks will be available out in the parking area. So even if you don't want to come and see the beautiful cars and enjoy the probably near 100-degree heat, come and grab a bite to eat and support those food trucks.
So we have for each one of you council member our Fiesta Day shirt. So this is actually our second design. We had another shirt in a different theme planned for this year, but it didn't work with COVID because our characters on the shirts were holding hands. And obviously that doesn't work this year. So with all of everything that we've gone through, we changed the theme for Together We Conquer. We are such a strong community. We've gone through a lot. We are going through a lot still with COVID, but we can conquer this. So we would like to give each one of you a shirt. We do have these shirts available at the city office for anybody who would like to purchase them. They are $5, and we can't wait to see all of you at Fiesta Days.
Thanks, Emily. As you guys are going around, I just want to extend all of our appreciation for your countless hours. Like you said, it's a 12-month process, and usually a really busy July. And before you guys leave, thank you.
It's a little big for you now.
Thanks, Ron. We were hoping that Karen Bradford would be able to be here tonight, and she wasn't. But earlier today, we surprised Karen and gave her the award of the Pioneer Spirit recipient, and she was very surprised. Everyone in Spanish Fork, Salem, and Woodland Hills, either in the tomorrow or Thursday, will receive their Fiesta Days magazine. And we gave Karen a big 2-page spread, and she is retiring in January after 38 years. And so if Nick, you can show the video of that we put together, it was so spur of the moment last night when we were together, and then surprised her by showing her this video today. You're too cute, Karen. Hi, Pete.
Hi, Karen.
Our 2020 Fiesta Days Committee has chosen our Pioneer Spirit Award recipient, Karen Bradford.
The Fiesta Days Committee felt that Karen Bradford was an excellent recipient for the Pioneer Spirit Award, as she is one of the founders of the Spanish Fork Recreation Department. She started off working in Parks and Recreation 38 years ago as a sophomore in high school with the late Jack Swinson. She and Jack were the only two people who worked in Parks and Recreation. This is Karen Bradford's last year involved in Fiesta Days, as she will be retiring in January after 38 years working for Spanish Fork City. We are very honored and blessed to have worked with Karen Bradford during all this time, and we wish her well.
Congratulations, Karen.
I'm definitely a pioneer.
You guys are so sneaky. So, Karen, you were supposed to be at City council tonight. I would just add to this is check the website, SpanishFork.org, for continual updates of what events will be held and or have been canceled. Everything that was ready went to the printer last week. There may be a couple little changes, so before you go to an event, we just encourage you to check the website to make sure that that event is happening. And you guys did not cover the sports event, so I just want to take a quick moment, and if you would like to register for any of the sporting events like the Speedy Spaniard, pickleball, spike ball, hop online, get signed up. I even think today was the last day to register for softball. So things are filling up fast. If you would like to get a team and participate, there's still a lot of physical activity that you can get out and do with your family and friends. And again, thank you. Thank you for your time and commitment.
We sure appreciate our Fiesta Day committee and all the time and effort they put into things here. And it's nice to see, Ron, that you grew up when I was taking care of you when you were just a kid. So it's good. We appreciate them. All right, moving on, consent items.
Motion to approve the consent items.
Got a motion by Councilman Gordon, a second by Councilman Mendenhall. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Public hearing, SWIG Development Enhancement Overlay.
Thank you, Mayor. This request is necessary because the center, the retail center that this site is located in, maybe it's better to describe it as the center that VASA is located in, does not meet several of the city's basic requirements for improvements. It doesn't meet our basic parking requirement. It doesn't meet our standard landscaping requirement. So there's a zoning tool that can be used to allow for the expansion of uses like this. It's called the Development Enhancement Overlay. And the applicants have requested that that overlay be approved so that where just until recently, the fuel center that was operated by Associated Foods was located, that can be converted into a drive-through drink selling business, SWIG in this case. And I guess to make a long story short, the Development Review Committee spent quite a bit of time reviewing this and has recommended that it be approved. I misspoke in the Planning Commission meeting and even said that a site plan had been approved by the Development Review Committee subject to this zone change being granted. We're not quite there yet, but we're close. But this approval is necessary for them to be able to convert that site into the business that I've talked about. The Planning Commission also reviewed it and recommended that it be approved. Some of the things that we've talked about, in fact, I would say that pretty much the only thing that we've spent time talking about has been traffic. And just speaking for staff, I think we appreciate the orientation of the entrance to the drive-through and the exit from the drive-through in the hope that it will limit the likelihood that there will be additional traffic on the northernmost entrance to 800 East to this center. That's the entrance that's just south, for example, of Cafe Rio, which I think most of us probably understand at times gets a little bit tricky to negotiate, and 8th East is certainly a busy route as well and things like that. So we appreciate the applicants working with us to come up with this design, and like I said, both the DRC and the Planning Commission have recommended that it be approved.
Great, thanks, Dave. This is a public hearing, so I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion by Council Member Beck, a second by Councilman Scobes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone that'd like to come and address the mayor of the council on this issue, you're welcome to come up. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Gordon, a second by Councilman Argyle. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question. Is there, and maybe it's Chris Thompson I'm looking at, and or Dave, will there be cut-ins to 800 east that you're aware of that they will need to perform during construction. And the reason I'm asking that as a result of the intersection work that'll be taking place this summer as well. Does that make sense, my question? Do you know if they're cutting into 800 East?
There won't be any changes to the, at least for this, to the existing entrances to 8th East or connections.
In the parking lot?
Entirely. In fact, I believe we have an elevation of what's proposed to be constructed as the building, and literally it's a modular unit that they bring in and place on the site. I wouldn't anticipate the construction of this really to add any additional traffic burden to the area or anything like that at all. And I think probably, if at least what I understand about the timing of those intersection improvements is correct, this will probably coincide pretty closely with the completion of those improvements. So hopefully everything's done before, again, this just becomes another trip generator for that part of the city.
What about Vasa? Because that parking lot is always full. Will this be, it looks like, when I looked at this picture, it looks like there are barricades built around it so that it protects that traffic lane so that there's not parking there. Does that impact them? Because I know that they're short parking spots as it is.
I hope they're not short parking spots, but they don't have very many to spare, is maybe how I would view it. And absolutely, I think that's the key issue, really. At least with the way this is proposed, it really is designed to be kind of self-contained and limited just to where that fuel center was located. So they're not going to be eliminating any parking. They're going to be providing at least enough parking for their employees. They're within this particular part of the site. And I think there's merit to the idea that the vast majority of their customers, probably something north of 99%, don't leave their vehicles, right? So at least in that regard, they're probably not adding to the demand for parking that the site already has. But at the same time, it's additional trips to and from the site, probably additional trips above and beyond whatever the fuel center created when it existed. And that's something that we've certainly spent a lot of time talking about as staff.
Well, I'm sure
not that we're just holding our breath, but I think there's certainly merit to that being a consideration here.
I think that will draw more than the fuel center, cars-wise.
I think so too,
Yeah.
probably by a large margin. Yeah.
Any other questions?
The idea of putting this next to Cafe Rio with my wife's daily trips to Cafe Rio and now adding Swig to it, financially for me is a hit, but it's good for the city. So with that, Mayor, I move to approve ordinance Z04-20, changing the zoning designation and amending the official zoning map of Spanish Fork City for the Swig zone change.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Mendenhall, a second by Councilman Scobes. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Argyle.
Aye.
Councilmember Beck. Aye. Councilman Gordon.
Aye.
Councilman Mendenhall.
Aye.
Councilman Scobes.
Aye.
Okay, Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab Zone change.
Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab, it's kind of on the corner of First East and Center Street. The facility's been there for quite some time. The proposal involves replacing that existing facility in its entirety, with a new facility. And in order to do what they'd like to do, which is actually to expand the existing facility, they need to occupy a property that's just north of the existing Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab business. If you're familiar with the site, you might have noticed that within the last few weeks, maybe a little bit more than that, within the last few months, a home just north of the rehab has been demolished. That indeed is the property that we're talking about tonight, that the zoning would need to be changed for in order to accommodate this proposed expansion. So the proposal is to change the zoning of that one property from residential 3 to commercial office. Commercial office is how the rehab business is currently zoned, and this proposal really is just to accommodate that replacement and expansion of the existing facility. We have some elevations of the proposed building included with the staff report. I hope you've had a chance to look those over. Personally, I think this is a great addition for the community. Certainly the need for facilities like this continues to grow, and just given the age of this particular structure and the facility in general, I think it's easy to see how it's time to have it upgraded.
Right. This also is a public hearing, so I'd entertain a motion to go into a public meeting.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Argyle.
Second.
Second by Councilman Gordon. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, anyone in the public like to come up and address this? State your name, and you have 3 minutes. We'd like to keep to that.
Mayor, my name is David Bradford. I live at 88 East 100 North. It's the big Victorian house on the corner. I've talked with some of the neighbors in the neighborhood, and we are fine with the zoning change. The rehab center has been a good neighbor all these years, and we have no problem with the zoning change. But what we are concerned about is the setback and what the building is going to look like, because we don't want another fiasco like happened with the Jex building, that big ugly tin building that totally ruined our neighborhood. So I took a measuring tape and I measured the setback from the back of the sidewalk on the doctor's office, the house just to the north, and the other houses around that area, and they're all at 25-foot setback. Now, what I've seen on the elevation plans of this is that it's only going to have an 18-foot setback, which makes it stick out from the rest of the buildings in that area. So what we'd like to see is that it conforms with the rest of the houses on that street.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Anyone else would like to discuss this issue? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing. Got a motion by Councilmember Beck, a second by Councilman Gordon. All in favor say aye. Aye. Dave, you want to talk about that? His question there?
Yeah, in short, I believe Mr. Bradford's correct that the setback that's proposed for the part of the facility that will, I would say, front onto First East is proposed to be less than 25 feet. I think 18 feet is correct. The commercial office zone, which is the proposed zone here, would allow that to be as little as 15 feet. Now, one thing I need maybe another minute or two to check is to see if that 18 feet is to a solid wall or just a porch that I know that they plan on having on that side of the street. But that's how they've designed the building. So indeed, it would be closer to the street than some of the other buildings along First East.
Any other questions or comments on this?
I think his other question was just about structure. Do we know how that's going to look? Have we been presented anything?
There's a rendering here. If you keep scrolling down. It's probably kind of hard to really appreciate, I think, the design from just these black and white images that we have here. The overall design is going to be fairly contemporary. Actually, it's going to be very distinct from what exists today. Combination of different materials. It will not be in any way, shape, or form similar to what's built across the street. So that I can say with confidence, relative to that steel-sided building I think that Mr. Bradford's referring to. It's not necessarily going to match the homes in the area, certainly not a Victorian-style home. That would be really hard to match with a building of this nature, just given its size and intended use and those types of things. But it will be It will be new. It will be built, I think, to more of a professional office type of a standard, clean, sleek, quality materials, easy from my perspective to support with the idea that it's, I believe, going to be a good investment for that neighborhood.
What kind of landscaping?
We have a landscaping plan. I'm not sure if that's any more legible. In short, we have landscaping requirements that require a certain number of trees and shrubs. Require all of the impervious surface on a site to be improved. As proposed, the project meets all of the requirements that the city has. So in as much as really, I think the entire site and the additional property that we're talking about here with the zone change, Nick, we might, yeah, so it's probably kind of hard to really get much of a feel for what it'll look like from this, but for lack of being able to really describe it well, the entire site is going to be improved. It will be landscaped, I think, above and beyond just the minimum. I'd probably stop short of saying it's going to be, a really lavish landscape arrangement. But I think in this particular zone, we require 20% of the site to be landscaped. They'll do that. And from my perspective, probably the biggest benefit is that, again, everything that's there now is going to have to be removed, and you'll see all new plantings and different things like that go in. They'll take some time to mature, but over time, I think that'll, like I said, be a great addition to the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the council?
Dave, just a clarification. This is R4 zone currently?
Currently R3.
R3, right? Okay. And the setbacks in the front yard are 20 feet from the public right-of-way in the R3 zone.
Correct.
So they could go to 15 in commercial, and they're going 18. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So
yeah.
a 2-foot variance from residential to the commercial.
That's the change, yeah.
Is the change.
That
Okay.
needs to be.
If there isn't any other questions, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number Z05-20, changing the zoning designation and amending the official zoning map of Spanish Fork City for the Spanish Fork Nursing and Rehab Zone change.
Got a motion by Councilman Gordon,
Second.
second by Councilmember Beck. This is also a roll call vote. Councilman Scobes.
Aye.
Councilman Mendenhall.
Aye.
Councilman Gordon. Aye. Councilmember Beck.
Aye.
Councilman Argyle. Aye. Okay, that passes. Vista View General Plan Amendment.
This proposal is different from the other two that we just talked about. With those, the law that applied to a particular property was being changed, whereas in this case, that indeed is the end goal for the applicant, to have the zoning changed of the subject property, but there's a intermediary step which involves changing the city's long-range land use plan for the property, the general plan. So unlike zoning, which like I said is the law, this document that is proposed to be changed is an advisory document, and in as much as we as staff won't recommend that zone changes be approved unless they're consistent with this general plan, the applicant does need to have the general plan amended before having a zone change application considered by the Planning Commission and the City Council. The subject property in this case is just west of the neighborhood Walmart. The site's about 15 acres in size, and you're going to have to help me keep the discussion straight, probably for your benefit as the council, as well as anybody that's in attendance. I'm going to talk about zoning and the general plan designation on kind of parallel tracks here, and the discussion can get a little bit muddled. Right now, the subject property on the general plan is designated commercial. The applicant ultimately would like to have the majority of the property developed residentially. So in that regard, before a residential zone change could be approved, it'd be staff's recommendation that the general plan be changed so that that commercial designation be changed to, in this case, high-density residential. Does that make sense? Just talking again about that advisory document. And that specifically is the request that's identified in the ordinance that accompanies the staff report with your agenda, changing the general plan from commercial to high-density residential. Now, I think there's some context that's really important to understand relative to this particular proposal, and it involves the property's current zoning, which is unique. This is the only area in the city where an urban village commercial zone has been applied. So that's a zoning district that's been on the books now 20 years or close to it, something like that. This is how I've described it before, and I haven't come up with a better way to describe it yet, I guess. It's a zone that's intended to encourage developments like the Riverwoods in Provo. It has some very, very unique requirements relative to architecture and the orientation of buildings, building size, building mass, different things like that. It allows for both residential uses and commercial uses to cohabitate in the same building. And in fact, it requires that a project have at least 30% of its overall square footage be dedicated to non-residential uses. So it requires, if you have a residential component at least, that it be mixed use. You guys have any questions about just that current zoning? A couple of other things that I think are really important relative to this request and how it would change things. The existing urban village commercial zone, which again, that's the law that identifies exactly what a property owner can or can't do with their property. It allows for up to 12 units to the acre. And it allows for those homes in addition to the commercial space that would be included with a project. So indeed, and we haven't done this calculation before because we haven't seen a project happen in this zone, but you could say that the density then is going to be something above 12 units to the acre if you were accounting it all for that non-residential part of a project. Let me just mention one last thing about the urban village commercial zone in terms of the size of buildings that somebody could build today without having either the general plan or the zoning changed. 48 feet is the maximum height that's allowed there right now. So I'm not trying to make a strong case for the proposal, but frankly, this has been a little bit easy, I think, for staff to kind of get our heads around and to be comfortable with, because the applicant's proposal now, particularly with the change that they've made, is the result of some discussion that happened in the Planning Commission meeting where they have opted to propose at least that all of the buildings be 3-story buildings, which meant that with 2 of the buildings where they previously had wanted those to be 4 stories, they've dropped a total of 18 units from their original proposal, which was, I think, 190 some units, whatever you end up with when you subtract a number and get down to 176. Another 176 units on 12 acres of residential land. At least that's what's proposed, is to change that commercial designation to the high-density residential designation for 12 acres of a 15-acre site, which puts their density on that 12 acres at just under 15 units to the acre. Not all that different, I think, genuinely, from what you would see if they proceeded with a project with the existing urban village commercial zone in terms of the number of homes that you'd see on the site. Does that make sense? Okay. One of the things that I also appreciate about the proposal is that they haven't entirely discarded the idea that the site's an appropriate place for some commercial use. They have, and I think this at least in part has come at the recommendation that we as staff have made, they have at least proposed to keep 3 acres of the site, the part of the property that abuts US Highway 6, reserved for commercial development as well. Most likely it'd be some type of collection of professional office uses that are in that northern part of the property. And that's really what they've proposed is that combination of 3 acres of commercial. And I'll talk about, well, the zoning at least of that would probably need to be changed with a zone change that would come after what we're talking about tonight, referring to the commercial part. But the motivation that the applicant has for this change really is, I think, related to the idea that the site probably is still a little too green. It's premature, really, I think, to expect to have any part of the project developed in the near future with the non-residential uses. The folks that are developing the center on the north side of the neighborhood Walmart, they've made some inroads with some people. I think they have some leases signed for some of the spaces that they have there. But frankly, that particular kind of development is pretty hard to attract. Neighborhood-oriented commercial types of projects are hard to get people to be interested in. In my experience, when we talk to retailers from outside of the community, there is one place in Spanish Fork that everybody wants to be today, and it's a lot closer to I-15 than we are out here on this end of Highway 6. So just in terms of the timing of it, this change would allow the applicant to start to develop the residential part of the project without being limited by the current zoning requirement to have a commercial component with all phases of the development. And that's really what's motivating them, I think, to make the change much more so than any increased density that they can realize or those types of things. Does that make sense? So quite a few nuances with the proposal, different things like that. There's a couple of things that have come up in recent days from some people that have asked us questions to kind of give people maybe a feel for what this project might look like. Typically with 3-story buildings of this nature, we see something on the order of about 35 feet in height. So as a comparison with what exists in the area, that's comparable with the Ridge townhomes that are on the east side of Spanish Fork Parkway. Those are pretty prominent because they're on a ridge. Maybe for that reason, the Walmart building might be a better just perspective to use in terms of understanding what this would look like for neighbors. It's just over 25 feet in height. So I think in all likelihood, these buildings here would be about 10 feet taller than the neighborhood Walmart, which incidentally, all of the plans that we have right now are still somewhat conceptual. If the council were to approve the amendment that's proposed tonight, then the applicant, as I would say, have to start to spend real money on getting all of his engineering work done, on designing the development, all of the architectural work done, and different things like that to go far beyond the type of detail that we see here, the kind of specificity that we see here with this proposal, to where we could identify exactly what, for example, the building heights would be and those types of things. And that information would all be presented again to both the Planning Commission and the City Council as public hearings are held with the zone change application. So the next step for the applicant after this would be to propose the residential 4 zone for the residential part of the project. And again, we'd be going back through the process. But at that point in time, the applicant would have invested considerably more in the design work and that type of thing, and you'd know exactly what was being proposed. Any questions about any of that? If not, let me just finish up. The Development Review Committee reviewed this, recommended that it be approved. The Planning Commission reviewed it and recommended that it be approved as well. They had a split vote. It was a 4-to-1 vote, and that's where we're at.
Great, thank you. Probably have some questions after. All right, this is a public hearing, so I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Gordon, a second by Councilman Mendenhall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone that'd like to talk about this, you're welcome to come up. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes, and please don't repeat the same thing over and over again. If you have something new to say, please say it. We want to hear everything, but we don't need to hear the same thing over and over again. So, and
My
if,
name's-
just laying the ground rules. And if we do hear things over and over again, I'm not meaning to be rude, but I will stop you and ask you to tell us something different. So,
Great.
go ahead.
My name's Riley Galt. I live on 1035. I have a letter from my neighbor, Keith Remington, the young widower. He is feeling ill this evening. And then I have my own letter. I know, do you want me to read his? Do you guys just want to read it? What do you want me to do? Time constraint.
Time frame, we'll just set him here and we'll read it. Unless
Okay.
You can talk yours and we'll let him do his. Or
I'll
we'll
read mine and you guys can read his. It's
Perfect.
fine for him.
That'd be great.
Okay, yep. I also have the backing of several of my other neighbors who can be there. Adrian Contreras Hernandez and Heath. All right. I attended and spoke at the Planning Commission meeting last week and was taken aback at the general attitude towards altering the city's master plan and many of the comments made by board members. When a developer buys land, they know the established zoning laws and the expectations therein. You take nothing away from the developer by maintaining the established zoning laws. I'm going to say it again. The city council takes nothing away from this developer by maintaining the current zoning. He knows he bought basically commercial zone ground. Any deviation from this master plan by elected appointed officials should be for the betterment of the community and not for the enrichment of a developer. I'm not anti-development. I'm for maintaining a vision of the community and what best serves its citizens. I hope this is not lost on the city council, but I have my concerns with much of the recently approved zoning and development changes I have seen. This part of the East Bench is zoned commercial for a reason. The citizens of Spanish Fork benefit by having stores, shops, restaurants, and offices located throughout the city, not only jammed along Main Street. Walmart has been a good neighbor. They listened to our concerns and have brought benefits to all peoples on the East Bench. Another 3 or 4 story high-rise development does not serve our citizens. How does changing zoning and packing folks in like cordwood in every vacant lot in the city make this a great place to live? It does not. There's a place for high-density housing in our community. Places originally zoned for it would be a start. Places close to I-15. Lowe's, Leland benefit from these areas. As a Spanish Forker, it pains me to say this, but Springville has done a much better job at placing high density where it makes sense. Spanish Fork seems to be the developer enrichment and rubber stamp leader of the valley as of late. I'll skip my second part about their motivation. Basically, he's here to make money. That's it, okay? Which is great. That's what he should do. That's awesome. But don't come under any like altruism. We're here to make affordable housing. No, he's here to make money. HOA funding enforcement limitations looking at the future. On the side, I run books for a large HOA association, 110 units in Springville. When HOAs are formed, generally the developer begins the HOA with a capital contribution, which is a sum of money to cover the operations, repairs, incidentals, among other things. At the Planning Commission meeting, it was mentioned that the developer plans on starting off this HOA with a capital contribution of between $50,000 to $100,000. From my experience regarding HOA reserve studies, this is entirely inadequate. For any high-density housing development, it should be the city's policy that an independent reserve analysis by 2 separate firms be done to determine the capital contribution needed by the developer. These firms should be chosen by the city, not the developer. In speaking with several reserve analysis firms, over half of Utah's HOAs do not carry adequate reserves. If you don't believe me, go ask Springville City. About 8 years ago, Special Improvement District 27 and the Camelot Townhomes and Condos, the city ate a large amount of cost because the developer left the HOA with no reserves. Happens more often than you realize. Businesses can be held accountable more easily than underfunded, poorly ran HOAs. High-density housing has a well-earned reputation of deteriorating over time with an increase of rental owners and decrease of actual homeowners occupying the residence. The developer cannot guarantee the quality of the development in the long term. To focus on this is pointless. An HOA is only as good as their board members, and most lack capital, business acumen, and enforcement capability to administer ownership requirements and adequate upkeep policies. City Council needs to take a hard look at the long-term effects of high-density housing in our communities. We also have a lot of concerns about Walmart's already high. That's cool. They're a good neighbor, but 35 feet, that's high. So anyways, we want to keep it as it is. It's there for a reason. We take nothing from him. Thanks.
Thank you.
You get a signed copy, every one of you guys.
Way to go.
Decorate the trash.
My name's Doug Huntsman. My wife and I own the property acreage to the west of the 2300 continuation road that'll run to the west of this development. And I sent an email, I hope all of you got it, my wife and I did, that kind of goes into our concerns as being the largest parcel next to that, that's privately owned and not commercial. 20 years ago, as Mr. Anderson brought up, this was rezoned. I was on the committee, served the city for a short period of time with email, and we zoned that what it is today, and it was patterned after the Riverwoods. 20 years ago, we thought that that would be a good fit for that area, and I still think it is. I'm of the belief that if you build it, they will come just like everywhere else. You build a business that somebody likes, they're going to come. Sure, we'll have businesses that won't make it, but then somebody else will come in and buy it and put their business in. But we don't object to this developer, even though he did buy it, knowing that it was commercial, to have it rezoned to R3. We do object to R4, which is what they're going to talk about later. We thought that was tonight, but it's another time. Because of the high density. These are stacked units. They look like apartments to me. If you go anywhere, they look like apartments in Provo or Orem. It doesn't fit. We don't have anything like that in the R4 on the East Bench that I've seen. They also patterned it somewhat after the Outlook Apartments, which is north of the jail on the end of Main Street in Spanish Fort. Now, that Outlook apartment complex doesn't have a residential home within miles of it. They have other multi or high density properties near the dump and that, but no single family residential. And I agree that there are other areas like down by the hospital or places like that that this type of R4 zoning would be more suited. Our other question, and back on the map, the original map of the city's long-term growth, I can't remember the name. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The master plan, it indicates that 2300 continues north straight. It doesn't cut into the 2285 property that the city recently bought, which parallels my property and then dead ends at the back of our property because the lady behind will refuse to sell. The original plan shows 2300 continuing north to 750 and then jutting over. There's high density and there was commercial on the left to right of that road as it goes to Highway 6, and that was in the master plan. And eventually there would be a light. Originally, back then, they were going to do away with the 2550 intersection, but that's since changed. Our concern is the traffic flow. Even if you bring this down to 175 units, you got two people in there with two cars, that's what, over 300, and if they have another adult or teenagers, that's even more cars. And from the last meeting, they have a small single car garage and one stall outside that they get to use. To me, that's very inadequate for what they're going to have. And what's going to do is push them into either the Walmart or the 920 South by the Walmart or the 2300 road, which will be a dead end at my property. And so we'll have parking all over that road, which, as we all know, makes snow removal almost impossible. Am I done?
You're done. About 5 minutes over, but that's okay.
I can take
I gave you some.
Do you want me to take her time?
You can, and that's fine. If someone wants to take somebody else's time, you designate them, we'll give you more time.
Designate me. I'm sorry, I've lived here a long time.
You got 2 minutes.
I just want you to read my email. I mean, this affects me, okay, very much. I have horses, we had cows, and all I have is a barbed wire fence. Now, this developer, I doubt, will be required unless you can help us to keep us from incurring liability with people trespassing on my ground, getting bit by a horse, trying to ride a horse, by causing the developer to put up a rock wall, similar to what we have on 2300, and continuing that rock wall for the Hunter's Crossing around to where it ends at the Walmart one. I don't have anything else because I had to cut this really short. I feel a little thwarted since it affects us a lot, but I'm limited to such short time. If you have questions of me, I mean, in the email that we sent, I'd be happy to answer it.
Right.
But I don't see an email. When did you send that?
Yesterday.
And it would have come from you?
Yes, my wife and I, Carrie Huntsman.
It came from my email.
Huntsman?
Uh-huh.
Did anyone else get that? Oh, Mike just got it? Oh.
Mike's got it.
Okay.
All right, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else that'd like to come up and talk? Easy.
First off, I want to say I don't like roundabouts. Seth will know that about. John Logan, a couple of issues that I think we haven't looked at, and we've talked about the parking garage. I'm not sure about the construction of these buildings. If all of the bottom floor is going to be parking.
Half of it
Half of it,
would be garages, yeah. That's what is proposed at least.
and then there's 3 high, three. So it's actually going to be about 4 high.
No, it would be 2 stories on top of the first floor.
Okay.
The first floor is half garages, and then on the other side, it's dwelling units. So basically,
Okay.
they've taken out half of the units on the first floor, the homes, the residential units.
Well,
The city's requirement to have garages.
so we see and we live in Hunter's Crossing, and most of those garages now have become storage units. So the cars all stood out on the driveway or the streets. And I don't know if you ever tried to pull down that into Hunter's Crossing up there by the townhomes. It's like a zoo. The parking is just very little road space. I think another issue that we have is, we've talked a little bit about the visual from the homes in Hunter's Crossing, and I'd like to see maybe the developer or something put some kind of a schematic up. Here's the elevations of his community, what he's developing. Here's the fence, and they mentioned in the planning meeting 6. We're maintaining it's got to be 8. But see, okay, what can I see in my backyard sitting there over this fence? So if I see their height, my fence, maybe sitting on my patio, I don't see any of that. But my neighbors, I got 3 neighbors who have a 2-story house, and what do they see from their kitchen window or bedroom window when they're looking out over the top of that 8-foot fence? That covered that. Another thing that I try to find, is there a master plan of trails in Spanish Fork? And I know around the LDS church down there, they build a trail around there that ends up with the Forest Service property, but yet I have seen no expansion of that trail into this next community that we're developing. I think they need to have that to show how that's going to be part of it. And then the last, and it's obvious, until there's another access on Highway 6, Spanish Fork Parkway is going to be a mess. So, thank you.
Appreciate that. Don't let him steal your drink.
Hello, my name's Paul Dayton. I live in the same community there in Hunter's Crossing on 2400 East. Just a couple things I'd like to bring up in support of the current master plan. We already have commercial there with Walmart. A lot of the community is very comfortable with that commercial right now, so that seems to flow quite well. Commercial that's walkable and accessible from neighborhoods north and south of Highway 6 would be a great thing to have in that area. Again, it fits what we have right there. And I've got to imagine that the city has an interest in the tax revenue that they could get off commercial. Now, I understand that, that might be something that takes more time to develop, but that would be a continued source of revenue for the city, and I think the city should consider that. The support that the community has of commercial is something that I don't think should be overlooked. When Walmart initially built there was some concerns that we had. I think a lot of people weren't necessarily supportive of that, but we've seen them as a good neighbor. It's been something that we've been had quite an easy time dealing with, and more so, it's a nice thing to be able to walk there to Walmart within the community. I love that. I do that all the time, and I'd like to see some more businesses that we could walk to. It's kind of a unique area there with the intersection of Spanish Fork Parkway and Highway 6 for commercial development. I don't know if we have many more of those zones here in the city that could be developed in such a way. And what I think is interesting about that is Highway 6 itself is this gateway to all sorts of awesomeness in the state of Utah. Few places could do, in many places where we have commercial development, which is just off of the freeway, you'll get people hopping off the freeway and then they'll hop back on. But people hop off Highway 6 to go up, to Lake Powell, to Moab, to awesome things like that. So I think there's a real opportunity that we have to pull in some business there that you might not have in other areas of the city, or in any other cities similar. And I just have to speak to this. I think it's really important that the city be careful in its planning, that we have areas that are consistent. We have zoning for a reason. And this plan feels like it's an island in and of itself because we don't see this anywhere else. It doesn't even fit if we were to stick with high density. It doesn't really fit with the type of high density that we see on the Ridge townhomes there. So it feels like it's very much out of place. So I'd like to see it be much more consistent. I think we have a plan for a reason because we want to have the city be consistent. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is John Russell. I live at 2307 East, 1035 South in the area known as Hunters Crossing. I hope the City Council will grant me a concession of a total of 5 minutes. I have 5 additional families that I'm representing tonight that have the same comments, and I don't believe that they are varying. I think they're different from what everybody has said. I realize that my purpose in this public hearing is not about a zone change, but rather a request to amend the general plan designation from commercial to high density. I appreciate the openness of the developer about the intended future of this property. What is decided tonight will set in motion a series of events that will eventually become reality. My wife and I prefer the general plan remain as is for this property with a designation of commercial. The developer has done a really good job in the presentation of his view of the future of this piece of land. The benefits of affordable housing sound very appealing and needed here in Spanish Fork. New wide roads to handle future expansion, a beautiful planned community with more than adequate parking stalls, the existence of garages, beautiful common areas, walkways, and all around beautiful landscaping, as well as considerations for night lighting. I wasn't happy when the Planning Commission approved the general plan amendment, but I tried to review the facts and be as positive as I could about the possibility that this amendment might also be approved by the City Council. After all, I've heard it said before, if not this, then what? But the more I thought about it and reviewed the pros and cons of the future of this piece of property, I started to separate dream from reality. I feel like it would benefit the members of the City Council, as well as other residents, to know a bit about my experience here in Spanish Fork. I have lived in the Hunters Crossing HOA for almost 20 years. It's just south of Walmart and the property being discussed. To put things in perspective, Hunters Crossing is just a little over 12.5 acres. The residential portion of the proposed property would be roughly the same size. Hunters Crossing includes 35 single-family homes and 27 single-family townhomes for a total of 62 dwellings. If you average the density over the entire 12.5 acres, you come up with about 5 units per acre. The proposed property is planned for 192. Dave said that was changed for less. of residential as well as several small commercial buildings. The rough division between the commercial and residential will be about 3 acres for commercial, 12 for residential, total of 15 acres. If you spread the residential impact over the entire 15 acres, you get a density of 12.8. And if you limit the residential portion to the area that'll actually occupy, the density comes out to be closer to 16, but closer to 15, like Dave said, with the change of 3 stories. More than 3 times the density of Hunter's Crossing. We have loved living in our neighborhood, but have found that over time, things don't remain ideal. It is a constant struggle to continue to keep our community beautiful and a good place to raise our families. Everyone loves to think about living a dream of owning their own residence. Speaking from personal experience, over time, common areas become less beautiful and things break down. Unattended children do not understand the need to respect the property of others. Dumpsters become the dumping grounds for the public, and items that cannot be thrown away by residents are left to clutter the enclosure, creating less of the beauty that originally brought us to live where we do. Pets that are allowed to wander unattended and leave messes and others to step in and unknowingly play around. Pet refuse containers in common areas, which were once a welcome addition, soon become a common trash can and go weeks before someone gets fed up enough to do something about it. Single-family dwellings that soon become multi-family dwellings and increase the already high-density impact on the area. Local police being called upon to settle domestic disputes, our neighbor complaints. This is the reality of the HOA where I now live. The dream that is the proposal for this new addition to our community will be far superior. The dream is that this will be far superior to anything we are currently experiencing as a neighborhood, and that we will have wonderful neighbors who will be willing to work together with us to make Spanish Fork even better than it is now. The reality, though, is that it is hard work, and people get tired of picking up after others who don't seem to care as much about the beauty of our community. Statistically, the reality is that higher the density per acre, the higher the impact on the area. Members of the City Council, I ask that you reject the proposal to amend the general plan. If what I have said has not persuaded you to reject the specific proposal, will you please consider at least lowering the high-density impact of this particular proposal? As a community and neighborhood, we can pull together to make Spanish Fork a great place to live, but we need some help to do that from the city. Part of that help can come as you consider the more long-term impact of this kind of high density on the area. It has been said that we do not have a lot of experience with this kind of development. So what would I suggest instead? Something more along the lines of the condos at the Ridge. It will not provide the lower range buildings we're talking about with the proposed development, the lower price range. But if we can get closer to that kind of look and feel, I think that would be an acceptable compromise. If we set expectations for what we hope to see for this area, families and businesses will come. Thank you.
Good job. That was 4 minutes. Anyone else would like to address the mayor and council on this particular?
My name is Amy Rasmussen, and I live in the Hunter's Crossing. And I don't have anything to add, but I would echo what all of my neighbors have said about this. I live directly behind that property, and so my view that we've had for the last 18 years has been awesome, and I know I can't keep that forever. But it is something that I will be sad to miss. And I do worry about what they've said, the traffic and the busyness and the stuff like that. But I just echo what they all said.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else?
Okay. I met this fine fellow yesterday, and so I was down at...
You need to state your name.
Colleen Wilson. So anyway, he kind of inspired me to come here. And I was just going to nod because I didn't think I had anything to say. But I thought about this yesterday, and I just want to say, or, over the last little while, I just want to say, my grandma, she hails from China. And so, true story, she was born in Shanghai. And so I wanted to share with you a little proverb I made up today. Nobody wants to say that they live behind the Walmart. But that's kind of my joke. Maybe wrong crowd. So anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit about a group here today. I'm a teacher. I teach math, and I love to crunch numbers. And this sounds like a great investment based on the price point. I'm thinking, I could live here, or rent it out and things like that. But I'm not here for me. Today, I'm here to reiterate what the people who came earlier were talking about, and that's the pageant queens. And they were talking about the disabled, and they were talking about the elderly. And so I'm here to talk about those who in our community plan require the space, the disabled, the wheelchair-bound, the home-bound, the epileptics. These are people who, I mean, God bless the seniors here. Thank you for showing up. It shows your passion, especially in this climate. There are people who cannot come here today because the bus systems are way too dangerous. Even though they wear masks, they cannot come. They cannot drive. These people have to walk everywhere they go. My aunt from California is one such person. She suffered a seizure, it was like a seizure, I think it was. Anyway, she had a seizure. And so she cannot function very well. She's an elderly person who relies on herself, and she has dignity with where she lives. Now, she came out here from California. She could have prime real estate anywhere she wanted. And so she mapped out and planned, being close to family, and, so in Orem area, and she actually wanted to live behind the Super Target. Now, most people, don't want to say they live behind a Walmart, but they'll live behind a Super Target. Okay, there's my rub for the city. We always wanted a Super Target. But anyway, so she actually, she got together with a real estate agent and they watched, they waited, and I'll hurry because I'm almost over, but they waited and they looked at this neighborhood, and it took a while, took a long time to find a property when it was available, and she jumped on it. And like I'll reiterate, she could live anywhere, but she walks. I've seen her like just happenstance when I was at Walmart or Target, and she was getting her medication. And sometimes medication comes in the mail, and I understand that there are some nice things, with grocery delivery and stuff, but it gives people dignity to be able to walk and get the resources that they need. And so I just wanted to mention these people today, and I know that the city cares. Obviously, with the passage of, the senior center and things, with that, I understand that, that you're sensitive to the plights of people such as these. But anyway, I think that's about it. I just wanted to update my proverb that nobody wants to live behind the Walmart except for the disabled, those who have to wheel or walk to where they need to go. So I would suggest that the first floors be dedicated, ideally to those who cannot drive. I think it can help with the traffic issues, things like that. It's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Last question. I'm a developer. Do you want to hear me now or later?
We'll wait. How do you want to do that? Seth, would you? After. We'll do it after. Okay.
Sorry.
Travis?
So my name is Travis Bourne, and it's my privilege to work for Spanish Fork City. And for everyone who's here and over in the Ponderosa and in TV land, it's been my privilege for the last 6 years to film these city council meetings. And whenever high density living is brought up, I always hear there's going to be higher crime, there's going to be families that are going to, destroy the area. And I just want people, we're talking about traffic, we're talking about issues that are important, but I think you have to remember that my sister-in-law, whose husband was addicted to pornography for most of their marriage, and leaving her right now, and she's got to raise 3 kids on her own, she has to afford high-density living because that's what she can afford. And I know middle-aged couples who, during the 2008 housing crisis, lost everything that they owned, and they have to live in high density. And I know a man whose wife left him, and he moved from Salt Lake to Springville and took a delivery job that was more than half of what he was earning, so that he could be closer to his kids. So I just know that when we talk about high density, I just want people to know that they're good people. And I know that, what's being discussed here, if this isn't the right area, let's find the right areas. But I hope that people don't look down on the families that are going to be moving into these areas, because they really are good people. And I just want that to kind of be known. So I know, but thank you for everyone coming, and I love City Council, so thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Anyone else? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to go out of public hearing. Got a motion by Councilman Gordon, a second by Councilmember Beck. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, you want to go up and...
I don't think anybody meant to skip you. Have you been here the whole time back there?
Yeah, I've just been over there hiding out, blending in. My name is Brad Morgan. I'm the developer of the proposed Vista View development. And we have a lot of the same folks that were here during Planning Commission. We got a lot of valuable feedback during that time frame. Like Dave mentioned, we had some 4-story buildings. We made an adjustment to that, took those all off, even though this is the current zone allows for 12 units the acre, 180 units of density, plus about 5 acres of commercial, 35% of commercial. Our proposal is about 176 units of density, so less than current zone, and 3 acres of commercial instead of 5, so less. So it's going to be a less dense project than realistically what is currently approved there. The main difference for us is the design that this neighbor helped participate in back 20 years ago when it was put together. It was a great design. It allowed for the density that we're talking about, even more density than that. So I think we've had a lot of groundwork put in place prior to. But the type of financing you can get on residential units when commingled with commercial doesn't exist like it did 20 years ago. The housing crisis kind of pushed that out. So our development is just taking it from being mingled in, putting it up onto Highway 6. It's a professional office, doctors, dentists, chiropractors, etc. It'll be a for sale product, which there's not a ton of that exists in Spanish Fork, almost zero, that someone can actually buy and own instead of rent for their profession. So what we have is we're not pushing the envelope on density. We're not trying to come in and change it. You know, the overall master plan shows commercial for the zone, but for the general plan, but the density that exists in the current zoning is higher. Our building heights will probably be in that 35 range. We'll be about 27 foot plus the roof line. So we could be 32 foot or 33 foot, which is still 10 or 12 feet under what the current zone allows for. So we're not pushing that envelope there. We've had 4 or 5 different reiterations of traffic flow, where the roundabout's going to be with staff. We've had several, DRC meetings kind of going over there, deciding how the traffic's going to come, how it's going to flow. The road that separates our project and his project is a 127-foot wide road. It's substantial. And the road between Hunter's Crossing is 107, so it's also substantial, almost twice what a normal road is. So we'll have a pretty good natural buffer. It's going to be the traffic that's probably going to be more noisy than the development. I think our development, how we have it proposed, is very fitting for the area. I think the amount of traffic that's going to come in and out of there would be substantially less overall during a day than 14 or 15 acres of commercial in there. And we're just trying to fit within the development. All we're doing is basically redistributing where the commercial is and where the residential is. I know we had some concerns on a few different topics in Planning Commission. You guys had questions, I answered them, so I don't know if you have any additional questions you want me to answer or elaborate on. Fencing came up. Fencing, yep. So the fencing that was talked about in the Planning Commission, because the fencing on the other side along Hunter's Crossing is not our property. It's I think the city's property. So what we're doing in our first phase for this development, instead of phasing out the infrastructure coming in, and I don't know if we have a road layout for our development that we could pull up there really quick, but it's fairly substantial, coming in from Walmart, coming in from Canyon Road, and shooting over to 750. So it might be like the first or second slide there. Right. Yeah, you can go down one right there. So you can see the roundabout. There's a road that punches out to the right of that diagram to Canyon Road. The road that punches to the left and Walmart. That's all going in our first phase. So there'll be connectivity from Canyon Road over to 750. Right now, the residents on 750, I mapped it on Google Maps, and to get from their house around and over to Walmart, it's about 2 miles. Even though they're so close in proximity to the property. So this will solve that. It's going in up front. It's not a promise of future infrastructure going in for the city or anything. It's all in our first phase proposal here. So with that, we can't obviously stub out to Highway 6, but this is a big jump in the city's benefit to get that collector road out to Highway 6 from this location when the time comes, or when funding is available to do that.
Any other questions we got for the developer here?
I was curious as a statement was made that you bought the land knowing what the general plan was.
Right.
Are you partnering with any landowner? Or?
No, so we're not. We'll be developing it. We just like in the Planning Commission, we finished one up on 4 South in Springville. That's right before you go over the second overpass on the south side. We just take these developments through. I'm the developer of the property. I'm going to own the property. I'll do the construction, everything along those lines. And so we don't have any partners. It's just us. One thing that was mentioned is HOA over here a little bit. And we kind of had this conversation. I don't know how much time you want me to take or not take, but we kind of had the comment of funding out the HOA up front. We do reserve studies, exactly. I mean, he's well versed in that. So we do reserve studies up front before we start the HOA. If we were to start the entire project at the same time, we'd have to have a very stacked reserve for that, but we'll phase each building as a single building, and so our reserve coming in will be around 100,000, which on projects that we've done of 100 units, we've came in at about 50,000, so we're estimating at about 100,000. But to get financing, you have to have reserves in pounds, you have to have money being allocated and set aside for future repairs. All those things will be done through the homeowners association management company.
Just real quickly while you're on that, because I'm ignorant to HOAs. I've been fortunate to not live in one.
That's right.
And so it was mentioned earlier, and you've mentioned it. That was a point completely lost on me. The fact that there needs to be a greater reserve, and it's short-sighted of the developer to do or to not do with the HOA. Please explain that
for
me
problem.
and any other citizens that don't know what that means and why it may or may not be short-sighted with the reserve studies.
You bet. And I'll put my input, and if he wants to give some input, I'm happy to let him come speak again as well. But basically, essentially, you have your homeowners association. You have to have a certain amount of money to fund the snow removal, the parking lot upkeep, the grass maintenance, the water, trash, future repairs on the exterior of the roofs, everything that goes along with that. You have to have money set aside for that. So a reserve study will come in and say, okay, when you're 25% full, you'll need this amount of funds. So your homeowners association fee will be X, and you need to have this much money in the bank. And as the project moves along, depending on what happens with the project, that amount can go up or down. Typically, it goes up because you're adding more improvements. Like with ours, we have a splash pad, tot lot, pickleball courts, volleyball, all sorts of stuff. So the more amenities that gets put in, that kind of ramps up. So this project right here will probably start at $140 a month and end at $180 a month when it's all completed out. And the commercial will have its own set of amenities and stuff in there that will be separate from that. But then you need a certain amount of money to fund that in perpetuity to keep the homeowners association functioning, keep everybody happy. We heard several detrimental things from another homeowners association that take place in there. And so we have a professional company that comes in that manages it on behalf of the homeowners association. They have a bookkeeping company. They have different companies that kind of manage that. This project's a large investment for me, probably a $40 million investment. And so my intent is, at least until I'm done, I have to maintain that homeowners association, have to maintain its functioning. I know there's been comments about it's only as good as the homeowners association once the developer's gone, and it's true. It's just like any organization. If Spanish Fork doesn't have good leadership, it doesn't function. And a homeowners association is the same way. We put items in place on our homeowners association that limits the amount of rentals. The rentals have to get approved with the homeowners association management company. We have all sorts of stuff like there was comments about pet waste, and that being an issue. Anybody that has a pet in the development, they get DNA tested. There's a company we have comes around once a week. They pick up samples, they match it to the DNA and find the people. So there's things you can do to mitigate that and to keep people pretty honest moving forward once I'm gone, that help the homeowner association have some teeth to be able to push those things through.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
You have on your development, the road going that you're saying is going out to 750 and down. You're on half that road's on somebody else's property.
Yep, so in working with staff, the road as it bends down and comes up and straightens out as it's going to the left, That road initially, until the connector road goes through, that road, there's another in the pamphlet that shows like our site map. That road just stubs out straight to a T intersection on 750. But the long-term proposal, MAG proposal, is this road eventually will make that turn and curve down 750. So we're getting it as far as we can on our property to be able to get it as far as where the city needs it to. Again, we'll go into a T road, and then ultimately when that road is bent down, we'll have to accommodate for the road there. But the right-of-way will be there to the city anyway, so it's nothing that they'll have to come and condemn property to get or do anything, because the city road will already be in place to make those modifications.
So that road won't be developed then?
It
till
will
later
be. Time. So I don't know if you can pull it up there if you have it, and I can show you exactly. Maybe go to probably going to be the very top at the very bottom. So, okay, so see that? So can you zoom that up and then more to the commercial area? So you can see where the road stubs straight right there to 750. That's how it will currently be built on our development. But this is a future plan to show where the collector road ultimately is proposed to be designed to come in and turn at that place. But we will do all the infrastructure, get it out to 750, and then if there's modifications made to that road, then they'll be made at a future date. But we will do all the infrastructure to get it out to 750.
So it'll be a temporary connection.
Correct.
Any other questions?
I asked Dave. So the roundabout and that going out to the Canyon Road, is that going to be, that's our property, the city's property? Are we going to, if he finishes this, will we finish that?
That's
or is
the
that going
plan.
to be his responsibility?
For now, I think we're looking to him to do the construction of that.
Okay.
That's actually one of the projects that we've applied to MAG to fund. So it might be an issue of having the project constructed in maybe 2021 and getting reimbursed by MAG in the future or something like that. Or it's a combination of impact fees and his contribution with the construction that he would do, so he'd be maybe reimbursed through impact fees over time. One thing I think, and I'll let Mr. Morgan speak for himself, but I think we're on the same page that connection to Canyon Road needs to be in place day one, when this development is built with that first phase, so.
And so the only difference really between what it's zoned now and what the developer wants to zone is really that the commercial's intermingled with the residential with this urban village, like it is in Riverwoods over there, underneath, residential on top. This just changes it and moves it, but it lessens the commercial by 2 acres. That's all really the difference is, except for the R4 makes it a higher density, correct?
I think that's exactly how I'd put it. And, I certainly would acknowledge as well that it's possible maybe that he'd get another unit or 2 an acre more with the R4 zoning, the way that he has it laid out here, or maybe not. So it really is what you said about being able to separate the commercial from the residential.
Do we have any idea when that connection, I know Chris isn't here, but. Oh, is he? That sometime, is there anything talked about when we're gonna get that out to the highway? Because that improves everything, of course.
Yeah, I personally am excited to have that. It depends on development. So as development occurs, this gets done. Also, we apply for MAG grants every 2 years, and it's probably gonna have to go through at least 2 more cycles to get it all the way to US 6.
But we do have that. We do have that right away to have that opening out to Highway 6.
No, we just have the first part of it. Okay. So as development occurs, they will dedicate that right away and help build it, so.
Yeah, I know there's other land that will have to be developed, yeah. Okay, thanks, Chris. I didn't see you back there.
Does anybody have anything else for
You said 37 feet high? Is it going to be right?
Roughly, we're going to be 9 foot each level, and then the roof line. So it's going to be somewhere in that range. We don't have final plans drawn yet, but they're going to be somewhere. I think that outlook's in the 35 range, so it's going to be somewhere depending on what we do with roof line. I know there was some comments made in Planning Commission about wanting a little steeper roof line or a little bit more blended in roof line, so I think until we get through the DRC on approvals of the actual buildings, it's going to be difficult to say exactly what that height is, but something in that range.
How high is the Walmart?
Just over 25.
25.
25.
Yeah, and the current zone, I think, does allow for something in the 45, I don't remember, 45, 47-foot range. So we are literally staying within the overall approved current density. We're under on commercial, we're just taking it and putting it where it belongs on Highway 6. I mean, I know it feels scary to the residents, and I don't blame them, but it's already approved for this density. It already exists. It's nothing, we're not changing that. We're just relocating it up to where that's where a dentist or a doctor, someone that owns a business is going to want visibility on Highway 6. It has a connection into the Walmart parking lot with the other road. It's nothing too crazy that we're pushing. It is just, but it does take the general plan amendment to get us there.
That's the only action we're taking tonight, correct, is the general plan. We'll have a second opportunity to look at the plans, discuss some of the things we've been discussing just as of late, height and right. Am I correct in that, Dave?
That's the idea. Certainly that tonight, this is a broad stroke, kind of look at what's best for the neighborhood and the community with the idea that the details come later.
Dave, will you remind me R4 versus R3?
I think the biggest difference is the R4 zone does allow for somebody to go up to 50 feet in height, potentially, with a building. And it allows for up to 20 units to the acre. Whereas the R3 zone only allows for up to 12 units to the acre and has a maximum height of 35 feet. Also, we have some architectural controls in the R4 zone that we don't have in the R3 zone. Some of you were on the council when the R4 zone was adopted, and you understand that there was considerable concern about how a project, something more than 12 units to the acre would look, how it would function. So that's why, for example, the amenity requirements that we have in the R4 zone are there. So certain things like clubhouses and playgrounds, swimming pools, splash pads, sports courts, those are required incrementally depending on how many units you have in a development. So in some respects, the R4 zone is a more stringent zone, but it allows for a more intense use as well.
Okay, and let me confirm, you said it's 20 units per acre, but the developers, it would be more 15?
What they're proposing right now is, it's right at 15 units to the acre on the 12 acres that they're proposing to develop residentially.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one more thing to add.
Well, I'll let you have one word.
Parking was brought up.
Okay.
Most cities are 2.25 stalls per unit for a typical 3-bedroom unit. These will be 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. Spanish Fork has a higher degree. They require 2.5 stalls per unit. Our current layout, we're at 2.75 stalls, so we're overparked by about 45 stalls. Because we do a lot of multifamily. I understand people wanting to park on the street if they don't have a place or different things that way. So just for those that are in attendance today and for the council, our current plan is about 45 stalls over minimum requirement, which is about 2.75 stalls per, even on the 2-bedroom units. So thanks.
Great. All right, any other questions or comments?
I have a few comments. As I watched the Planning Commission, I watched as this vote went 4-1, and then the project after went till like midnight. A gentleman got up and asked if how much the public comment weighs in on our decision, and there was some dialogue that happened back and forth. If you were able to watch that, and appreciated that. Appreciate the public input. Appreciate you being here. I would just say that leading out with something like Springville does it better than us and rubber stamps it, I completely disagree with you. And the public hearing's closed, okay? So I own 2 businesses in Springville, and I take a lot of offense to that because I promise you, Springville does not do it better than us. So, but I've heard a lot of very favorable comments and appreciation, and I would like you to resend your email, if you would. I don't have it in my inbox. The trails that were stubbed out at the Bureau's land, those get finished by development, usually, unless we have grant money to finish our master plan trails. So we can get that information to them, Dave, and make that accessible. Chris, that's on our website, correct? You can see how that plan comes forward. But those things that came up through there, I will say that it kept going as the master plan. This is a general plan, and this general plan is an ever-evolving, ever-changing plan. Heaven forbid we change the general plan to put a Costco where a park was. There are still people that are very upset that we did that many years ago, but overwhelmingly there's a lot of people that are thrilled that we did that. So my only point there is that there are many examples in the past where we have changed the general plan, and for that reason, to look for better. And our intention is always to have better, not to rubber stamp and not to do things worse than Springville, because I respectfully disagree with that comment.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Oh.
We're looking at each other to see who's going. Mayor,
Well, just speak up. We're not in the library.
Right on. Just a couple of things. No, just a couple of things. As was mentioned, public input really does make a huge difference. If this were just retail and commercial, just looking at the square footage of the area, you'd have 1,200 stalls that would be required by square footage by municipal code. 1,200 stalls coming in, every 15 minutes, every half hour, depending on what it is the business is. I actually think that in and of itself would be far more traffic. Some of the comments in an email that I had received said that they would prefer that it be strictly commercial. 1,200 stalls, and I get that number from the fact that you've got roughly 14 acres. You need one stall for every 250 square feet. That's per city code. And so you do that math, you would need about 1,200. It's 2,400 some odd stalls just in the total. You divide that, at least half of the lot would be building. And that's just rough estimation. So 1,200 stalls with trips in and out for those that want it strictly commercial. I don't know that that's the right fit. It was brought up, please make decisions for the benefit of the community, not for the enrichment of developer. In the 10 years I've been on the council, I've never seen a decision made for the enrichment of a developer, because none of us have well, at least I don't. I'll speak for me. I don't have a tie to a developer. I'm a public school teacher. I don't work with developers. I don't have developers. Any ties therefore, and so I don't do anything for their enrichment or their impoverishment either way. But I do know, in trying to work for the benefit of this community, 1,200 stalls being commercial, I think the citizens that had emailed and asked that it stay strictly commercial are asking for a lot more traffic than this project would bring. I don't quite understand that when later in their emails and their concerns they say, traffic is a huge issue, but I want it strictly commercial, in which case you've got 1,200 stalls rotating throughout the day. That's considerably more traffic. And so I lean to the fact that I can't, in the benefit of the community, I can't allow for strictly commercial. Now it was brought up 35 feet, that's high. I know we all wish that we could buy the view that we have, and that view will change if we don't purchase it. Given the current zoning, there are some things, there are some conditional uses, well, that's the wrong terminology, but I'll use it. Dave, correct me if it's necessary, but there are some conditional uses where that height can go up to 60 feet in the urban village, in the commercial urban village. Now that's not an entire wall, but that's things like spires and other stuff. if you happen to live 20 feet one way or the other, that 60 feet won't matter to a hill of beans because you still have your view. But if you're the house that's right behind that wall that has the 60-foot spire on top, that's a huge issue. And so for that particular resident, that would be the worst decision in the world, whereas for their neighbor, they really wouldn't care so much because it's down from them a ways. I do appreciate Travis, and that was completely unscripted. For those that may have concerns about city employees making comments, that was unscripted, but I do appreciate Travis's comments. And I wrote down, I have the notes in here myself, I shudder to think what people thought of me and my family when we lived in high density. As I mentioned and asked for the clarification on HOA, I lived in high density a number of times, but never with an HOA, or at least not one that I was aware of. It may have simply been fees that were rolled into the rent that I paid. But I shudder to think what people thought of me simply because I lived there. That bothers me. That being said, given the current zoning and the restrictions that are there, I find that the developer is actually making a project that is less than what is legally allowable in the current zone. I know that when Walmart came in, and I wrote down the question of, it just doesn't fit. It's out of place. That was the direct quote, that it's out of place. There were a lot of people from your neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods that came and said, Walmart is out of place. It just does not fit, it's out of place. And many of those same people, including some of the Planning and Zoning Commission and those tonight, actually said, you know, it's really quite nice. There was one in the Planning and Zoning Commission that said, you know, we could probably put that as a commercial for having it there. And so I went back and looked. There were comments made when the Ridge was built that it was out of place. And that was made by residents that lived there in the area before the Ridge had gone in. And so I don't mean that as I mean that only for discussion, not as an arguing point, that the comments and concerns for each project that have come in is it's out of place, and then it turns into something that's been a positive for the community as a whole and for that neighborhood. That being said, in the benefit of the community, I think that this particular project, I agree, I would love to see commercial through the whole area, but as it's zoned, without any changes, the neighborhood would actually get more traffic, would get more density, and would get less of the peace and quiet that you're looking for if it went as currently zoned. I think the developer, and again, I'm not trying to sell the project, but just looking at what we're doing tonight, I think this is a change to the general plan that would allow for things to be built that would fit more of what your community is looking for. If we left it zoned the way it is, you would get something that couldn't be changed, that would have greater parking, greater traffic, greater people, greater density. And so I just wanted to try to touch on some of the comments that people had, comments and concerns people had raised. That's all.
Just one more. How high are the Ridge, Dave?
I think they're really close to 35 feet. They can't be any taller
than 35. Okay.
About as close as you can be.
Right. Thank you.
Mike, just really quick, Mayor, thanks everybody for your comments, and I think this is what the public process is about. That's already been mentioned. Is a project does get better, and that's the point of having public hearing, and everything else is just to get a better end result. I think that's where you're getting through a planning commission meeting and this meeting as well, and it's because citizens come here and give their input. So thank you for that. In the end, what's been said, I agree with the end point is what you currently have zoned there is 180 units with the current zone is what could be done. 172 or 175, I can't remember the exact number, is what's going to be built here. So if I was a resident, I guess living close by, that's what would stick out to me. I appreciate this area. I really do, simply because I frequent it a whole lot. My wife goes to wherever Swig and Fizz and that is, but I go to the Walmart here quite a bit, and so this area is frequented by me. I appreciate some comments of people being close in walking distance to facilities like this. I think that's how planning's evolving. People have talked about our general plan and the need to update it. I appreciate Brandon pointing out that we update it quite a bit, we amend it quite a bit, and it's because things change. If we were talking 10 years ago, 15 years ago, of what the general plan was for an area or for a city as a whole, I think if you fast forward to now, the general plans of cities all across the state have changed, and especially us as Spanish Fork, we're a microcosm of it because we're a growing community. It's desirable to live here. It's because we have so many good people here that care about the right things. So it's desirous to live here, and I think we have to be cognizant of that as we continue to plan out the city. I think no longer is it just to say, hey, the high density goes out by, out by the freeway, or out by the dump, or out by, name your place where it fits, but it doesn't fit by my house. The high density by my house is where my accountant lives, where my LDS bishop lived when I first lived there. I know you guys have those same stories because you live in a neighborhood already with some high density as well. So you're that's not foreign to you. But I think as we plan smartly for this city, is that we do need to make sure these higher densities and the mix of types of living is not just set off in some place, but it's close to to services like this. It's going to be close to some great commercial with some awesome exposure on Highway 6, and it's going to be close to you as well, which is good for the health of a community in the end, that there's a mix of living there. I've learned that in my own place where I live here on the East Bench. So I appreciate the comments and appreciate the points, and appreciate the idea of, I think, a development getting better over time, over meetings, not only in DRC, but in planning and zoning, and now probably tonight a little bit too.
Anything else? Seeing none, then I would entertain a motion.
I move we approve ordinance number 09-20, amending the general plan designation for Vista View.
Got a motion by Councilman Scobes, a second by Councilman Gordon. This will be a roll call vote. Councilman Mendenhall.
Aye.
Councilman Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Beck. Aye. Councilman Argyle.
Aye.
Councilman Scobes.
Aye.
All right. Passes. Okay, moving on. New business. Scott Ludlow, real estate purchase agreement. Thank you for everyone that came. You're probably not going to stay the rest of the meeting, but we appreciate you coming and giving us your input. All right, who's going to talk about this? Scott Ludlow, estate purchase agreement. Okay. How many stalls? How many stalls?
So as you all know, we have plans to build a library and an administration building next to the city office building at the beginning of next year. In preparation for that, there are a couple of homes on the block that we have offered to purchase a portion of their backyard. It's about 25 feet from the current parking lot at the city office that's on the south side of the lot, about 25 feet into their backyards, to increase the number of parking stalls that will be available. to the patrons. So we've offered Scott Ludlow $14,000 for about 1,750 square feet of property, and the agreement that's before you is that agreement that we are proposing that be approved tonight. One thing to point out on there is the closing wouldn't take place till January of 2021. 74 West, 100 South is where that property is at. You can see on the screen there, that blue rectangle is approximately the piece that we would propose be purchased from Scott. Any questions on that? Yeah, the closing is at the landowner's request. So.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve the Scott Ludlow real estate purchase agreement.
Got a motion by Councilman Gordon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scope. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, discussion items. River bottoms, TDR density.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. To maybe get us in the right frame of mind, I'm going to ask Mr. Porter to queue up a 1.5 minute video, and then we'll kind of dive in after that. Need this? Okay.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, जब सिटी एक्सपांड होती है तब गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत सारे लैंड की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है। नए रोड्स, गार्डन, प्लेग्राउंड, गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल और
I did wonder.
Yeah, where'd he go? He could translate for us.
I'd love to have enough nerve to joke around about presenting in Spanish sometime, but I don't. So that wasn't, what was that?
Close.
Okay.
It was close.
So we might just bag that. The League of Cities and Towns produced a video about TDRs, and honestly, what's that? That's what I thought it was. But for Brandon, right? We kind of stall for him.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and maybe I'll start with my intro. We're here tonight to report to the council on the TDR project. We want to talk about sending areas, receiving areas, and then to get some direction from you. And really, ultimately, we're looking for direction to either take us across the finish line or to drop it. That's where we're at. Hey, that sounded like the right one. There we go. Thanks, Nick.
What is a TDR? It's not a new app for your phone. It means a transferable development right. A TDR authorizes, by ordinance, a landowner to transfer the right to develop and use land in one area to another property owner somewhere else. There must be specific sending zones to transfer or send those rights to a designated receiving zone. Communities in Utah, by ordinance, can choose to adopt TDRs as a tool in their planning efforts. Communities use TDRs to achieve goals like more public open space in one part of town or more development, or economic growth in another, all without taxing the general public. TDRs give communities a tool to move development potential from areas they may want to preserve, the sending zones, to areas where growth is desired, the receiving zone. The bottom line. This is a policy choice that Utah's communities can make to use to direct growth. But you must have an ordinance to do so, and you must have specifically designated areas that you can send and receive these land use rights. Be sure to read the code on this one.
Surprise for any of you there. We've talked about this quite a bit. Like I said, tonight, almost even with haste, I'm going to try to zero in on really the nuts and bolts of how a TDR program might work. To start with, we have sending areas. In this case, we're talking about the river bottoms. It's about 2,000 acres, and the reason that we've been on this project the way that we have now for a few years, in fact, I would say that it's all about, Nick, if you can go to the next slide for us, to really just kind of cover the obvious. 8800 South down here, Spanish Fork City up above, the river bottoms here. The ultimate goal of a TDR program, the way that it was described in the River Bottoms Vision Plan that Logan Simpson helped us with, is to keep this area looking something like that well into the future, to limit development in the river bottoms. So, a significant part of that involves coming up with a way to define this. Oh, thank you. As a sending area, right? TDR, transferable development right, or transfer of development rights. The idea is to somehow establish a framework whereby development potential can get moved from this part of the community to someplace else. And to that end, we've come up with this. It's a little bit hard to see for me. Hopefully you guys can see it. I know what it says. But you're aware that we've been working with some folks at Somas Engineering and Zions Public Finance to help us add some definition to this concept of TDRs. This particular scenario that we're referencing here, that's from the overall River Bottoms Vision Plan, which says that TDRs might be a good way to balance the rights that property owners have in the river bottoms with the community's desire to see it stay the way that it is. And within that framework, that scenario, our friends at Somas and Zions, they created 3 different approaches. Now this is approach B, that's the middle of the road. And really this is entirely about trying to determine how many rights would need to be established in the river bottoms in order to give a property owner in the river bottoms an incentive to participate in the program. Scenario A was a little bit more aggressive in terms of the development rights that it suggested could be provided to property owners in the river bottoms. Scenario C, less aggressive, but this one seemed to make the most sense to the consultants and I, and to a focus group that some of you were a part of here just in the last month or so. The river bottoms has 617 acres of land that would be developable, but it's in the 100-year floodplain. So that's been identified in a particular way because of the presence of that floodplain. Otherwise, there's another 660 acres in the river bottoms that's developable that's not in the floodplain. And conceptually, the idea is to not provide the same rights to properties that have those 2 different characteristics. In fact, what this particular approach would do would be to say that for every acre that a property owner has that's in the floodplain in the river bottoms, they get 1 development right. And for every acre that they have in the river bottoms that's not in the floodplain, they get 2 development rights. And we can certainly say that for tonight at least, you know, these numbers are just there for discussion. They can be massaged, they can be modified, but I will also say that considerable thought has been given to what I'm going to talk about tonight in terms of the numbers. So at least conceptually, I think we're starting to zero in on what it would take on the sending side, and I'll talk a minute on the receiving side, to come up with something that would give somebody a genuine reason to participate. So the math is simple. And incidentally, please interrupt me at any time. I think that'd probably be the best way to make sure that we're all on the same page as I go through this. Like I said, the math is simple. 1 times 617 plus 2 times 660. That gets us a number that's just over 1,900 total development rights that would need to be provided to River Bottoms property owners in order to give them a reason to talk about selling them to somebody else. Now, incidentally, these two numbers here, 1 right per acre, you could say today, compared with what a property owner has in Utah County, is 5 times the development rights that they currently enjoy. The 2 rights per acre is 10 times what they currently enjoy, with the idea that the minimum lot size right now in Utah County in the RA5 zone is 5 acres. Does this make sense to everybody so far? Okay, it's really pretty simple. It'll get a little bit more complicated, but not much. So that's the sending area side of it. Receiving areas, it's the other part of the equation. Like the gal said in the league's video, in order for a program to work, we have to have receiving areas. This image, again, the distance is a little bit of an issue for me, but what we've done in trying to come up with what might work as far as receiving areas are concerned in Spanish Fork is we've identified 14 different areas that either have redevelopment potential or that currently are undeveloped. And using the general plan, which is what these different colors are, they're general plan land use designations. We've done some analysis as to what potentially these areas could receive in terms of development rights that would be sent from the river bottoms. So we've listed those out, 14 different areas. We gave them names just to keep it a little bit easier to make it a little bit easier to keep track of them as we talk about them. And we've had some conversations about these different parts of the community as receiving areas. In fact, you'll notice that some of them have been grayed out and some of them are grayed out there on our list. Those, at least for where we're at right now, have been eliminated for consideration, and that's the result of conversations that, again, we've had with a focus group that gave us some suggestions on how to proceed with the receiving areas side of things. This intended to be just a little bit tighter view to give people some ideas of the different areas that we're talking about. In terms of vacant areas, the Salem-Benjamin interchange. Right now, the general plan calls for some pretty intense land uses out towards that interchange. It's vacant land, and therefore it meets some of the criteria that people would suggest we follow in considering good candidates for receiving areas. Properties on the other side of Interstate 15, kind of the same way. At least in part of that area, we have plans today for some fairly intense land uses, but at the same time, where the general plan right now really doesn't contemplate a lot of development potential elsewhere over on the other side of I-15, it gives us a relatively low base to build upon in terms of maybe adding rights to what property owners over there might currently enjoy without really changing the land use pattern for that part of the community in a significant way. This is where we anticipate sometime in the next 10 or so years having a commuter rail stop. You can see what's happening in Draper, what's happened in downtown Salt Lake, Sandy, places like that. That's generally where communities put pretty intense land uses. Might be a great candidate to go from what currently is planned for 20 units to the acre, maybe to 30 or more as people purchase development rights to add to the density of their developments. Main Street, different parts of the community that maybe flank Canyon Creek, that part of Spanish Fork might have some development potential that would make them good candidates as receiving areas. So for example, just again, the area around the commuter rail stop. If I'm seeing that right, 300 acres, give or take. Potentially that is a strong candidate to receive development rights. Currently, it's a little bit hamstrung, and one thing that we'll talk about is timing. Today, we don't have the infrastructure that would be needed to accommodate the kind of development that would take place or need to take place to create demand for development rights. Like I said, as well as Salem Benjamin Interchange, down around there, good candidate. So I'll continue to talk about the equation. Talked a minute ago about some 1,900 development rights coming out of the river bottoms, and where those rights might be able to go. With these different areas, just fundamentally, we started with the number of acres that we identified in each of those areas, raw acres, just the size, and that's what this particular image shows. Now, as we're trying to figure out what development might actually purchase in terms of development rights in each of these areas, we know that they're not going to buy development rights for every square inch of that land. Does that make sense? This is incidentally the really boring part. I'm about to just get around a corner where it's going to get at least a little bit more engaging. A little bit more. Again, we're trying to do everything that we can to make sure that what we're proposing here is realistic and that it's doable. So relative to how many rights might actually be absorbed in these different areas, we've taken that gross acreage and we've divided it by 2, because not every part of any part of the world can be developed. You have roads, you have power substations, you have wetlands, you have all different kinds of things that make parts of the world not developable. So to be what we think is conservative, we cut those overall gross acreages in half. We've said that's how much is left that's developable. Now, we also know that not every property owner is going to want to develop during the lifetime of a program like this, which might be 20 years, it might be 30, it might be 40. But still, not everybody is going to want to use a development right program or even maybe develop. So with that, we then cut that number of developable acres in half again. And that is what we are using in the receiving area part of the equation as the net acres. Boring, but does that make sense? I mean, this is pretty germane to the overall functionality of what we're talking about. Again, a little bit too small for me to see, but the math is fairly straightforward. We have a certain number of rights in the river bottoms in the sending area. We need to find homes for them in the receiving areas. We talk about development in terms of number of homes per acre. So we've taken these receiving areas, we've identified what we think they can handle in terms of rights coming from the river bottoms. This is where it gets a little bit more engaging. Not every type of housing is the same, particularly when we talk about value. So if I have the right to 2 homes per acre in the river bottoms, that might be comparable to the ability to build homes on 2 15,000 square foot lots. So the land value of that is really high per home. Does that make sense? And I'll use some numbers just for discussion purposes here in a minute. But for example, if I'm purchasing rights to add to 20 units per acre around a transit stop, I'm not going to pay nearly as much per right for those homes, if you will, as I might if I were on the East Bench buying rights so I could add third-acre lots to my development. Does that make sense? I mean, it's a really, really broad difference. So whereas not all types of housing are equal, in fact, it might be more like this, to where one right leaving the river bottoms might need to become 3 rights someplace else. And to get there, we would use something like this. Part of any, well, be in an ordinance, I was going to say it'd be part of an equation, wouldn't be part, it'd be an equation that would define what happens to rights that leave the river bottoms as they go to different parts of the community. It'd be this factory, a multiplier, so that, for example, and in the chart that I have here that is not really legible, it shows how potentially those 1,900 rights leaving the river bottoms could become more like this. This is the number, roughly speaking, that we think would need to be afforded to property owners in the river bottoms to entice them to sell rights. This is the number, approximately, that we think needs to be provided to developers elsewhere in the community to purchase rights. And that's really with the idea that, particularly when we talk about multifamily development. And if we look back at that receiving areas map, we'll see that a lot of what we're suggesting be considered as receiving areas is increasing density in multifamily parts of future Spanish Fork. And with that, well, I'm just going to jump ahead. Let's use this example. So let's say that I am a property owner in the river bottoms, and I tried to keep the numbers simple here. Let's just say that I have 5 acres. I have 5 acres in the river bottoms, and none of it is in the floodplain. So therefore, how many rights would I have given that scenario that we talked about a minute ago? Stacy got it first. 10, right? 2, 5, we're at 10. And these are big rights, I would call them. They're rights, to fairly low density development where land value per right is pretty high. Okay, let's say that I'm the developer that wants to start the multifamily development around a future transit-oriented development, the front runner stop. So in order for me to be enticed to pay that property owner in the river bottoms what they're going to expect to get for each of their rights, I'm not going to be satisfied with just getting one right for what they're going to want dollar value wise for their rights. Because what I'm getting at the end of the day, in terms of being able to add maybe a 6th floor to my 5-story building with these development rights, isn't worth nearly as much as what they have in the river bottoms. Does that make sense? This really is the crux of what either I think makes this work or not work in terms of providing an inducement on each end of this equation. Not that this is a magic number, but I might need to get 4 rights in my development for each right that I'm buying from the river bottoms. So instead of just getting their 10, well, I would buy their 10 rights, let's say, using this example. But at the end of the day, I don't just get 10 homes. I would get 40 homes because of that factory, that multiplier that things go through that turns those 10 into 40. And the concept, at least, is that, wrong button. You want to get me reloaded there, Nick? You help me present? Thanks. The concept, at least, is that the multiplier changes depending on what you want. So, for example, that multiplier might be the highest around the commuter rail stop. But in other parts of the community, it might be 1 for 1 because some developer is potentially going to get a right that's very commiserate with what somebody would have in the river bottoms. Maybe just one more 3rd-acre lot. Maybe it's 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. And we've taken a little bit of liberty in this chart that nobody can see. Maybe you can zoom in a little bit for me, Nick. And then I'll probably want you to zoom out again too. But in trying to identify what that ratio might need to be with these areas that we still have by defining that multiplier number. Super exciting stuff, right? something with more caffeine than that. I'm feeling like a lot more caffeine. And yeah, in light of that candy bar suggestion, I'm just going to cut to the chase and go to the end here. Again, to kind of illustrate maybe where this would provide some rationale to get people on both ends of the equation to participate. I'm going to use some numbers here that I'm afraid will stick. There's nothing that's intended to stick, but when we talk numbers, they tend to remain. So let's say that, again, I have that 5 acres with 2 development rights per acre. I have 10 in all to sell, and that I want to sell those for $30,000 each. So then the value of my development rights would be $300,000. And if the market is less than that, maybe I'm not going to sell. It's more than that, I'll probably sell for more. And this is just to try to illustrate what that point might be and how the dollars might play out for a property owner. Then on the other end of it, with the idea that, again, I'm adding the 6th floor to a 5-story building, 30 units to the acre. In that case, those rights are not worth $30,000 a piece to me. Maybe they're worth $7,500 a piece to me. And I don't want to take for granted that makes sense. Does that make sense? Just why that difference is what it is. But then again, I'm getting 4 homes in my project for every right that I buy from somebody in the river bottoms. Therefore, it's that $7,500 per unit times 4, which for the 10 rights that I'm buying at the end of the day get me to the point that the seller wants to be at, and I feel good about making that $300,000 investment. The seller feels good about selling for that price, and the program would work. Now, the numbers are fictional, but they're not entirely off base, not entirely just pulled out of the air. I think it's mostly important to talk about the concept. So please, let's take a minute, talk about anything that maybe is somewhat unclear, or to talk about any suggestions that you have, any concerns that you have, or anything like that with just this program, which incidentally, I could and would be happy to give you the 40-page document. That's really where this is coming from. I'm trying to get to just the basics of it so that we can talk, maybe apples for apples tonight about the fundamentals.
I'll try to articulate this. Let's say a developer comes in and he only needs a small number of units. Does he or does the city keep just a list of all of the river bottoms owners, and he just goes to them and starts asking who wants to sell 10 rights right now? Or do the river bottom owners go out and try and find these people? Does that make sense?
I think in theory it could work either way, but relative to maybe the role that the city would play here and that part of your question.
Okay.
Customarily, the administering entity, whether it's a city or a county, they do have some kind of registry, ledger, or something like that that identifies who has development rights.
Okay.
And particularly those get tracked because their extinguishment gets tracked as well. So when you would maybe sell your rights to somebody else, and they actually get used in the development of new homes someplace else, then they're gone. That's it. And that would be part of what would get tracked. I know that in most cases, those entities will afford folks with rights the opportunity to have, like their contact information made public.
Okay.
Or not. And there's certainly a lot of different ways I think that we could approach that here. But in as much as we're really trying to facilitate participation in the program, and I think absolutely we'd want to engage, we'd want to be, as much as would make sense, kind of a matchmaker with people that maybe have an interest both to sell and to buy, with the idea again that the goal is to extinguish those rights ultimately from the river bottoms.
Okay, that makes sense. So it sounds like our involvement will stay pretty continuous through this whole process.
Without a doubt, there would be some role for the city to play. Now, I think also that a lot can be said for just kind of the idea maybe that less is more in terms of that administering entity. This is all about market forces. It's all about willing seller, willing buyer, and I think the success of the program hinges probably as much as anything on the framework being set up to where those market forces, as they just ebb and flow like they do over time, being able still to work without needing the city to intervene, tinker, make changes, or to do different things like that. And incidentally, I think regardless, there probably over time would be, maybe some need here and there to make adjustments, but what I'm saying is, as much as we could be hands-off as possible, that's probably healthy.
So, I already talked a little bit with Dave about some of my concerns. I was surprised how many cities and counties and states have actually done this, these TDRs. There's quite a few of them around. But one of my biggest concerns was, and there is some property in Colorado, Mapleton City has a TDR and their property is, to me, I would say that was in areas that was probably not developer, but could be really high-end developer like our river bottoms could have been, because it was along the benches of that. But my concern is I looked at some of these, and there was a particular piece of ground in Colorado where this had happened, a TDR had come in, and it was farm ground. And I think as we look at these farms, as you come to the end of that person wanting to be farm, I mean, Fred's right here, and he's the next generation is not wanting to be farmers. So they did this and did a TDR, but the only thing that was left on it was the water. And of course the water is worth a lot of money, and water can be moved, and they ended up selling the water off, and then this ground became essentially dead ground. Totally worthless ground, which that was my concern, and I expressed them to Dave, because that's not what we want the river bottoms to become. I think in all our doing this is trying to preserve it to be productive ground. And I know that once you take those developer rights away, the only thing that is left is either you continue to farm it and use that water, or it becomes grassland or other things like that. And I still have that real concern, Dave. When I look at that ground, even Mapleton up there, the ground's really just, I don't know, to me it's kind of worthless ground.
It's native, right?
Yeah, it's native ground.
Yep.
This ground, there's some in Wyoming, there's some in Colorado, and there's some in Idaho that's ground that they had done this, and it's ended up being essentially just a weed patch of ground that's not. And I think that was not our concerns, that we wanted that to happen. Our whole concern was to preserve this. And I'm worried about that, because the water will become a very valuable resource for these farmers, these landowners, because that will be the last thing that's on that. And as long as they're farming it, they'll continue to use that, of course, and or sell it as farm ground. Hopefully that's what would happen, and it would become. And I know that not all this is farm ground. There is other issues and other things and stuff that's going on. So it's just grassland and stuff like that, and that's great. And there's people that are actually living, so on, some of it. But that's still a real concern to me, because I don't want to see this ground to become just dead ground that nobody can do anything on.
I do think that there's a need when the next generation doesn't want to farm, they lease it, and I'll just say that because my dad in Lake Shore is getting acreage every year that he just adds on to, you know, his small little 50 acres, and now every year somebody, whether it's a widow or the next kids, they ask him to farm it. But a real concern with the water rights, because if those are gone, if say the next generation sold those off, I don't know how you step in. What further discussion did you have after that?
Well, and before Chad and I had talked, in fact, it was last fall at the league's conference, they had a gal from Utah Open Lands that came and talked about some things that people are trying to do in Wasatch and Summit counties in terms of preserving farmland and to keep farms operational and active. There are resources out there that we could tap into that would help with the management of land, that would help arrange to keep land leased and different things like that, that would help keep the river bottoms working the way that it is now. I think there are some other things as well that, just by way of good practices that I've been through, that can certainly help keep owners engaged and caring about the land. Councilman Mendenhall and I have talked about one that's really been successful in a lot of places, which is that, you know, let's say that instead of maybe 5 acres, I have 40 in the river bottoms. And it's a legacy parcel that's been in my family for generations, and I don't want to see it develop yet for the reasons that come along as property passes from one generation to the next. You know, at some point in time, I need to realize some monetary value from that property, so I sell the development rights. Maybe yet, because of the way the program's structured, I'm allowed to have a legacy home on that property, and that either keeps me and my family connected to the land, caring about its maintenance, making sure that it's either leased or that, you know, we're caring for it, or that some subsequent owner does the same thing. I think there are a lot of different things out there that would need to be considered. I think the intent at least should be to give those property owners every opportunity that we could to maintain their connection with the land, again, to keep the property the way that it is as much as possible, and you know, from maybe more of even a legal perspective, you know, maybe requiring as part of a TDR program that water and land stay together and those types of things. I've read at least a little bit about that, and that being a provision that's part of that extinguishment of a right and that contract and that type of a thing. So, you know, Councilman Argyle, he's brought up the issue of water and farming, but I think from my perspective, it's even more broad than that, right? It's just the entire question of how do the river bottoms stay maintained if a program like this works, and that's certainly something that we still need to hash through. Honestly, I'm not intimidated by that. I'm really not. This is what intimidates me still. Frankly, I started putting this together Thursday, and as of Thursday, largely because of conversations that we've had recently about density and just this idea of, are you serious? We're going to talk about taking rights from one part of the community and sending them someplace else, increasing the density above and beyond what the general plan already calls for in those areas. You know, come on, how crazy do I have to be to stand before you and say that that's a good idea in light of, you know, kind of the tone of some of the discussions that we've had lately? But I've talked myself back into it again. I think the numbers suggest that there is potential here that this can work, really. But it's the market side that I'm the most nervous about. And that being said, there are significant challenges that still exist. I have struggled, I think we have struggled, to educate property owners in the river bottoms about what the potential might be. And that's kind of why I'll suggest some things in just a minute with my next and last slide. But education is a challenge, helping people understand both on the sending and receiving side of things, just exactly what about the program might benefit them. people's expectations. This is not just something that we would deal with in terms of development rights and moving them. But boy, property owners that I talk to all the time have beliefs about what their property is worth that even in a market that is as strong as it is right now, it's really hard for me to get my head around, and frankly, it's hard for the development community to understand as well. So that expectation on the part, particularly of sellers, as to what their land is worth, that obviously really impacts, maybe their willingness to participate in a program like this at dollar values that somebody on the receiving side is actually willing to pay. Timing, if we look at those receiving areas that we've identified, there aren't very many of those that are shovel ready today. The most significant ones still lack significant, expensive infrastructure that's not going to be in place for at least another year or two. In addition to just timing, I would say patience, right? We know that there are some folks that have made investments in the river bottoms that have been kind of waiting to see how this program plays out now for a few years. They've been patient. How much longer will they be patient? Because, like I said, I think the best opportunities probably to sell rights aren't there in 2020, but they might be right around the corner. Market dynamics, coming up with the fundamentals of a program that can really account for those changes over time and that sort of a thing. Absolutely, that's a challenge. Density, again, that's the one that has had me kind of freaking out lately a little bit, just in terms of what that might mean for other conversations. In terms of challenges, I'll come back to this in a second because I'd love to talk, about any others that you see. Like Councilman Argyle said, just maintaining the river bottoms, that certainly is one. But that all being said, and again, this is blockish, right? This is intended to be a pretty watered down description of the fundamentals of a TDR program. That being said, we do have, I think, a much more sophisticated perspective as well. I'd be happy to share with you guys if you dare wanted to spend more time talking about this, but by way of next steps, just further refinement of what we have, and I think we're pretty close. I don't see that necessarily needing to take a lot of time, and that's all about really that ratio. How many rights per acre in the different situations are needed to entice somebody on the sending side to make things work? Same basic question, inverted on the receiving side. Vaughn didn't know I was going to maybe try to drag him into this tonight, but we have a draft ordinance that we've received from the consultants that are helping us with the TDR program. It needs work in order to be ready to present to you for consideration. In fairness to the different stakeholders that are involved, I think before we have another conversation with them, we would need to have that fleshed out with a pretty high level of precision so that they could actually see the nuts and bolts of what we're proposing, something beyond just this conceptual kind of conversation that we're having here. Then engaging with the stakeholders, scheduling public hearings, and boom, we're up and running. It's adopted. So that's what I have for tonight. Again, by way of an update, I sort of hate to put it this way, but any insight that you might have about feeling like it's time to put a bullet in this, if there are other things that we'd be better off spending our time on in terms of trying to come up with the best future for the river bottoms. It'd be disappointing maybe to take that turn now, but I guess I don't want to assume anything at this point. But at the same time, those really are the nuts and bolts, and I'd love to get any direction that you might have in terms of moving forward with what I just outlined.
I want to add one or two thoughts to the discussion. Everything that Dave talked about
tonight requires that the land sending the TDRs be in the city's limits. So nothing that he described today can occur as far as, we can set all the bases up and everything, but we can't take those development rights from the land, and we can't enter it into the bank of things that Councilwoman Beck was talking about until that land is annexed into the city. And so as long as it's in the county, unincorporated and in the county, then it remains under the county's jurisdiction and their purview. And we have no rights to it. Of course, it's in our annexation declaration area, and so it's something that we talk about and we have been thinking about. But this does all require that. And I think that's an important distinction for the council to understand. This just doesn't happen immediately. It does require, there are a lot of steps in addition to what Dave's talked about. Annexation is one of those. And then in light of the receiving areas, to do this, it almost has to become administrative, the fact that they can get those additional units. Not something that is legislative. And I'll let Vaughn correct me and maybe yank the mic away from me if I'm wrong here, but in order for the landowners to have confidence that they can sell those to somebody, there has to be equal confidence that the buyer can take it and in turn use it. And legislative processes are very difficult because they aren't mandated and necessary, right? There is a lot of doubt. And so tonight, for example, in the legislative process of that general plan change for the Vista View, that is legislative. And so I think there almost has to be an administrative component, and maybe you can speak to that. It's got to be guaranteed, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be by right, highly predictable, no question. We heard that repeatedly from the development folks that we
Right.
talked to, and if you Google TDR best practices, that'll be on every list that you see.
And all of this to say, at the moment, the direction, or at least the guidance that we're receiving from you as the legislative body here, is that if the River Bottoms property were to annex into the city, right now your desire is that there be no development in that area, or very, very little development in the area that we've identified in the study project. And so that's the direction that this program is going, that there be no development there. So we are literally taking all of that development and pushing it to some other place. And I think Dave's done a really good job of identifying how that doesn't leave the landowners in a lurch. But that's the effort with this discussion is, how can we remove it? It is absolutely, I believe, impossible for anybody in the community to say, well, just don't let it develop. And many have said that. Well, just don't let it develop. That's just not the right way to do it. To take away all of that right from those landowners who have been the landowners for generations even. And so this is a good balance, but it does require some additional units in other places, and that creates concern. And I think we need to be very wary as we talk about that, because again, that guaranteed right, and I appreciate you saying it that way, Dave. That guaranteed right to add those units some other place needs to be there. Otherwise, the farmer isn't going to be able to sell it to the developer who isn't going to be able to use it, right? It breaks down. At the end of it, one thing that we could do is purchase the land. The city could purchase the land. One way to make sure that it's maintained. We could make it into one of the biggest parks, in Utah, Central Park kind of a thing. It'd be a very, very large park. But that's something that we could look at. Now, we could just buy it outright, which I think it would take $60 to $80 million today to buy all of the land in the river bottoms, and then we wouldn't have to do TDRs. But that's not something that we can do, and that's something that the residents would probably have to weigh in, right, in some kind of a general obligation vote. It has happened, I think, twice in Park City, where they've chosen to use, they've used this kind of option to obligate themselves to buy ground to preserve open area. But this does allow us maybe the option to work with farmers
that once they've taken the rights and then now they have the land that's left over and they want to keep it open but they don't want to farm it, maybe we could buy it. Or I think Mapleton has a program where they do give them more rights, even more rights, if they deed the land to the city for that open space preservation. And those are components that we could add in as well if the desire was to have that be publicly controlled. And we don't need to turn it into a park. We can just maintain a lease. Some may not know, but we have many acres of land throughout this area that we own, and it's being farmed and has been farmed for 10 plus years, depending on the parcel.
I don't know how far away that is for a lot of the river bottoms area, but that's maybe a crazy discussion, but what we do up on the East Bench by Maple Mountain.
Yeah, that not necessarily land that we own is on the PI system, but yeah, many farmers have land that they've converted their watering schedules from the ditches and such to using the pressurized irrigation system, and generally it works really well. I think a lot of the farmers appreciate that they don't have to get up at 2 in the morning to change their water, like sometimes. But that is an option as development gets closer, that it can run through the PI system.
So if we annexed to 8800 South, the BYU land, there are a lot. Then would we be? I would assume we would be under an obligation, those homes that are existing, there's quite a few homes in river bottoms, that we would get city power, sewer, and water to them.
Eventually we could serve them. They are not unlike many of the homes that are in some of our outlying areas today that they stay on a septic tank, they stay on a well, those kinds of things. And that has happened and continues to happen in those outlying areas. And it would be far too expensive for the homeowner and for the city to get that service to them. And so they would be able to stay on those more rural systems until those utilities did get closer.
My two overarching points, Dave touched on both of them, but the legacy lot idea or estate lot idea, I like that idea of down in the river bottoms to keep the fill and the production of the river bottoms. I think you're going to need a few more homes down there. You're going to need a few more residents that say, here's what I'm buying, and I'm not driving my tractor through town to farm it, or I'm not leasing to somebody that does it for a while and then doesn't want to do it, but I'm living on a farm, and I think it would still keep the spirit of the openness of the river bottoms that we all enjoy. But that leads to my second point, that if you don't think this would test your political will of high density, you're blind. Just what you mentioned here tonight of, people not really enjoying 35-foot high buildings. You're talking about adding a 6th floor to a 5th story. So the receiving zones, and we don't, we always say we don't bind future councils. Well, this would be binding, and it would be binding for decades of where these receiving zones are. And a few of them out by the freeway, maybe where development is, and there's only a few landowners that maybe are like, yeah, that seems right, I'll go along with that because it probably does something to my ground that's beneficial. It's fine. But when you start talking about the old blocks of the city, when you start talking about Shopco areas, or you start talking about places where people already live and we're saying these are receiving zones, it will test not just the political will of the land use decision body, but the residents as a whole. Everybody, it's easy to say, I love the river bottoms because I go walk in it and I get to see it. Do you love it enough that you're going to have some high density, intense uses next to you, that you can get away from that and you still go walk in the river bottoms? But that's why you have it. That's why you still have it, is because there's other places where intense uses are. I'm a fan of it simply because I think it's the spirit of what we do. I think I think engaging the landowners and the education portion of it to say, here's how you could realize, probably this amount of money. Again, not guaranteeing that amount of money, but we're somewhat playing in the private, capitalism area here of making some value out of something, and then the multiplier of it and everything. But the education aspect of here's how you could get this money relatively soon, maybe over years and years. When I say that, that's relatively soon in land use, I guess. Instead of the alternative is it stays in the county, and if someone comes along and says, "I'll pay you that for farm ground in the county," then that's what you get too, right? So what's the difference between the two? And that's some family discussions, some landowner discussions that happen on that end. But I'm completely convinced it would test the political will and the residents' love for the river bottoms, because it would be some places that would have some high density, where those are the public hearings we're having right now. It's about high density.
Well, of course, the receiving areas and just the scale of how the room's set up now and things like that is such that we can't really zero in. We could to take a little bit of time on exactly what's suggested there, but I mentioned that there are some areas that have been kind of taken off the list. I think that's because of the sensitivity to what you're describing there. The areas that remain are those that today they don't have neighbors. Maybe in the hope that things would transpire like they did with the only R4 development that's been approved to date in Spanish Fork, right? Which, how bizarre was it that we had nobody come to that public hearing less than a year ago and express any concern about 20 units to the acre. Location, 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 right? I mean, that was, so I agree. Yeah, I did a good job of describing what I've kind of worried about.
I agree with you.
But it's,
You articulated it really well.
yeah. The hope would be to
And that's not
mitigate
to say-
that.
That's not to say I don't think there's room to discover it and go forward with what the work that's been done and say, this is a great framework, we should probably go forward with it. It's just somewhat laying some public hearing groundwork, that when you get to that public hearing part of it, not just us or whoever's sitting in these seats at that time, but the city as a whole needs to understand this is going to test how much the tagline of "We love the river bottoms."
Yeah.
It's going to test it for sure, and I think it's worth it personally, and worth it to study it for sure.
That help you?
I haven't heard hell no. I haven't heard stop. I haven't heard that.
When we met with the Planning Commission, you had a chart that showed how the units per acre would change in the receiving areas if we used them all. Do you recall?
The different scenarios
Yeah,
that we played with.
in the different
I
scenarios.
have that still.
And you didn't show that tonight.
I didn't, yeah.
But
yeah.
do you have anything off the top of your head how that changes in some of those areas, like just to kind of piggyback on what Mike's saying?
So what Brandon is describing is really the latitude that you would have still in determining what the areas are and how much density could be transferred to those different areas. So for example, Nick, I'm gonna need just a little help there. Thanks. To go back to, let's go back there. Where right now, in what is Area 2, which again, kind of pixelated, almost looking blockish terms, that's not the area where we expect things to develop commercially around the interchange. It's kind of everything behind that. Right now that's planned for 20 units to the acre. You might feel comfortable having that go to 25 units to the acre. So then we work out that math, and that's part of the big equation. You might feel comfortable having that go to 30 units to the acre, and therefore we have that math, and that's part of the equation, or something higher. The area that's grayed out there, Area 3, I think it is. I think originally we had suggested that, whereas that right now is planned for, probably collectively over everything about 2.5 units to the acre. I think we were suggesting maybe adding 1 unit to the acre to that, with development rights from the river bottoms. And even at that, we decided that that's probably not an appropriate move to make, but that would be another thing that, is just part of that overall recipe that you would be able to make a decision on. And what Councilman Gordon's referring to is we've done different scenarios to try to just, and incidentally, I think we know that it's something above 4,000 rights that we would need to create elsewhere in the community to accommodate the close to 2,000 that we think would need to leave the river bottoms. 4,000, that is probably 13 or 14,000 additional residents of the community in terms of new housing. That's probably 12 or 13 years of our growth just in and of itself, elsewhere in the community. But at the same time, it's new residents in the community and it's new growth in the community, at least in theory, where we're already planning to have infrastructure, we're already planning to have parks, we're already planning to have, or the Nebo School District is already planning to have schools and those different things. Conceptually, from a big picture perspective, this makes great sense. This is the kind of thing that people in my profession have been suggesting that communities should do for decades, because it is the most efficient way to grow and to change and to develop. So lots of merit, I think, from lots of different perspectives, and lots of ways to tweak and adjust things, and I think that definitely is part of that last step.
Another perspective to what you're saying would be, if the general plan, what we've been spending a lot of time discussing, and there's this consensus that general plan is just this Bible that we have to follow, right? Sort of along the lines of what you're saying is, if I've got certificates, I've got TDRs, that helps that Bible say that's really one of the only mechanisms to help increase your density in those receiving areas. So then it only maybe helps increase the value of the TDRs. Is that a fair argument?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the market changes it. I remember dealing 15 years ago now in Mapleton with TDRs, and they were one price one year, and then they were a different price the next year, and the developer had enough for his ground but had more for other places that he was going to go, and it changed with the economics of it. But you're right, it would establish somewhat of a value there. I think I think if I'm a landowner down there, I think what helps me out a lot with that is, depending on the economy, the housing market, and everything else that goes into it, that legacy lot, I mean, you're adding 10, 15 homes in the river bottoms maybe as a whole, or 20, I don't know. That doesn't change my view of walking on the trail. That doesn't change my feel of the farming community, because they're built on farms and you still see the farms, and it feels a lot like Lake Shore, right? Mm-hmm. And so that gives me the additional of, this is my home. Well, that could be their home, but they could sell that home, and a home with 40 acres of farm ground around it. It's a built, beautiful home. That's another value that's there besides whatever the market's doing with your development rights, because you are taking some time on those other developments that is certainly out of the owner of those control, but they still own a piece of ground.
But if we annex it all in, and then I want to go build on my dad's property, I'm now in Spanish Fork City, and I'm going to be required to, hook up to those utilities and get them to that situation? Or is there going to be some sort of a variance to pretend like I'm... Gotta be, right?
Part of the fact...
We're letting them drill wells, we're doing septic tank.
That would be the concept. I think once you have infrastructure in the river bottoms, you've probably created some other political challenges that would be good to avoid, if that makes sense, And from what I understand, these programs, in order to have a prayer of working, generally get set up with some mechanisms that make them as close to bulletproof as they can be. Really, really hard to undo, but yet everything, there's a way, right? It's the United States. There's a way that anything can be changed if the will's there to do it. And putting infrastructure in an area like this is probably not the best idea. Tell you what, honestly, I think I have what I'm looking for, what I was hoping for tonight. So if any of you guys have any other thoughts or ideas that you want to get together with me on, I'll say this, the hope would be to be back probably with you guys in terms of just an update in the next month or so with the more refined version, with the idea then that we'd be reaching out to stakeholders shortly after that to fill them in on not what we've just talked about tonight, but something that's much more detailed that hopefully can answer whatever questions that they might have.
And hopefully that reaching out to them again engages them that much more to say, yeah, let's hear it, or let's hear how you want to solve it. What are the solutions if there's problems created? What are the solutions to overcome? Or do you just want to step back? That's what the public needs to know, is there's still engagement of all those landowners down there for sure. This isn't the finality of that.
Well, once we had engaged this, I'm a farmer. I don't want to be a part of this, but I still can't develop the property, correct? So that's the part, I'm not a property owner.
That's the case. Yeah, so that's the option that kind of stays off the table.
So even though it's volunteer, he still doesn't have an option.
So I would describe that maybe a little bit differently. I'm a farmer, I don't want to develop my property, but I don't want to, I don't want to, say what you said again? Sorry.
I'm a farmer, I own the property, you annex me in.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of this. TDR.
Yeah.
I want the market to deal with what I have of my property.
Yeah, no, we're totally changing the zone for them. Yeah, and that's what you do all the time, right? That zone,
Right.
that zoning law that you administer as a city always dictates or directs what can be done on land. And the zone for this area would be, this is your designation and this is your path. Yeah.
But it would be volunteer for him to participate, but his options are
To farm.
have to farm and
Yeah, to
participate.
farm or to sell those rights, which would eventually, in theory, provide an income source that should be pretty close to selling the land.
Okay.
But he didn't sell his land.
But he didn't sell his land, yeah, and so they still have that asset
He
of
sold
the
his land with,
Yeah.
sold the rights that were about worth the land, and he still owns the land.
All right, keep going after it, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to debt service. I'm sure there'll be a lot.
Can we comment? Are we allowed to comment on the bottom?
Well, this isn't a public hearing, but I'll give you a couple minutes.
Okay, I don't need a microphone.
Well, you do for the for the TV, and you guys state your name, rank, and serial number.
I'm Cleon Bird. I live in the river bottoms with a nice house on 40 acres, okay? We're concerned. I like every one of you. I know Chad. I know Stacy. I don't know if you remember me or not. I don't trust you. Now, let me explain. Every time I've dealt with the city, I get taken, big time. Okay, so I could spend all night telling you, but we're not gonna do that, okay? I just want you guys to know you got a mess. You know it. You know you got a mess. Most of the people in the river bottoms are getting old. The land is gonna be divided. You're gonna deal with more people. More people have more power, hire more attorneys, okay? So you got your work cut out for you. The big thing I want you to remember while you're doing it is realize that this is private property. People have spent their lives building this stuff, okay? We deserve the value out of our land, the full value, just as like anybody else does in any subdivision, you know? And I want you to consider that when you think about the future. I love the river bottoms, but I don't think you're gonna keep it open all the time. You're gonna keep some of it's gonna be gobbled up. It's just the way it is. So be careful what you do, and be respectful of those who live there. Thanks, guys.
And I think some of the options we've had there is not keep it all open. I think there's got to be some development down there. We've run some ideas like that before. And, you know, I'm a big property owner rights guy, and I worked on a farm. My grandpa, my uncle, and yep. And so, yeah, we want to take in that rights. And you know what? Once again, you know, you start your comment, I don't trust you. You know, you put us on the edge when you do something like, you know, we spend a lot of our time up here, and we do a lot of stuff. And so, you know, make a comment like that. You can come and say, hey, you know, I've had some problems before, but don't call us out like that, please. You know.
I understand what you're saying, but I can tell you every time.
You need to go over here to the mic.
I don't really want to argue with you. I'm not here for that.
Well,
and I understand what you're saying, Steve. But I can tell you that every time the sewer lines come through our property, right, they didn't restore anything. The Wiggy Wash, my mother-in-law lives there, 89 years old. They were supposed to put a fence in.
Right.
They didn't. They told the developer, because she's old, she's going to die, you don't need to put a fence in there. That was a city ordinance to put a fence in there. I'm trying to tell you, you guys are good guys. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about any one of you individually, because these things were done before you were in office, okay? But it still is here.
Sure, and I can appreciate your frustration, and
It's
we're
still
here to
here.
help.
Yeah.
You know, and I want you to know that. We're here to listen, to right any wrongs that you've had in the past, but to try to make this, you know, we've talked about this river. It's not even in the city limits. You know, all we are is anticipating what's going to happen down the road. We want to be prepared and not all of a sudden it all hits us and say, wow, what do we do?
Exactly. There has to be a plan.
There has to be a plan, and that's what we're doing.
There absolutely has to be a plan. But, and like I say, I apologize if I offended anybody, but I'm just telling you how we felt because of the dealings we've had in the past.
Sure, and I
You've
hope
gotta
you have,
understand
that's
that.
not all the feelings you've had.
May I ask just a question? You've sat here through an hour's worth of discussion, and I heard an hour's worth of discussion about how is it that we can protect the rights of you as a landowner. Give us some feedback on that. Rather than tell us that we're dumb for trying, give us some feedback on that. Would you
How do
please?
you protect our rights, you mean?
Well,
Is that
no,
what you're asking?
on the presentation and the discussion, because what I heard you say is, you guys have a problem you can't solve and you're dumb for trying.
No,
And
no.
I would just disagree with you completely, because we've spent this hour and months and years trying to solve the impossible. We're dreaming the impossible dream. So, could you give us something constructive that we could do something positive with?
For the river bottoms area, you mean?
With what you sat through for the last hour, is there anything that you saw in there that was good or bad that you could speak to specifically?
I proposed this a long time ago when you first had, no.
Just,
when you
what
first-
we talked about tonight.
Yeah.
And then I think we will get to you in some future meetings, because we have more meetings with you as landowners.
Right.
But I'm looking for maybe just discussions on what you heard tonight.
What I heard tonight, the TDRs I like, okay? Originally, I knew them as Envision Utah first brought them
Right.
up. TDRs are right. They give you the amount to get some money out of your land.
Yeah,
Not
okay.
exactly what it's worth, but some to make it right.
Excellent.
I understand
Okay.
that. I like the idea of TDRs.
Okay.
In reality, I don't know of anything else you can do, because you can't develop the river bottom, so that puts out anybody buying it. You can't buy it and make any money on it for farm-wise, so what do you do with the river bottoms? I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so what we talked about the last hour and TDRs, that concept is something you're in favor of us at least further discussing?
Exploring, yes.
Perfect, all right,
Absolutely.
that's helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
You bet.
All right.
Can I have just a second, please?
I
got-
you think I could not deny you?
I drove a long way.
I know you drove along. Oh, no.
Yes,
Was
I
it good?
have,
Was
and
it
I
good,
remember
baby?
things.
All right.
I'm Jackie Smith. I am Fred Vincent's daughter. I have a couple questions, or things I wrote down real quick. One of the questions that came up is, what happens if you're a landowner who chooses not to participate in the TDR? He just said they'd be stuck. You just took away someone's 401k. There are a lot of landowners in the river bottoms who farm, we all go to work, we all have a retirement, that's their retirement. Before you take away their value, double check things. That's one of my big things. Another thing I have is, Chad Argyle mentioned the water. What happens? So I hate to even discuss this, but let's say that my dad decides to participate in the TDR. We talk about it, the kids go for it, and a few years from now, he's not with me, and he's not able to farm it. And I can say, okay, we're gonna lease it here, or we're gonna lease it there. And you said down in Lakeshore, people pick up ground, and I know my cousins pick up ground in Lakeshore and in Benjamin. But we're forgetting that the MAG plan has numerous roads going through that river bottoms. And as my dad's pointed out to me when I've been trying to learn about this, how easy is it to get a piece of equipment to a field that's been cut in half? So that ability to just turn around and lease may not be there. And then you might be leaving someone with a headache down the road. So that's a concern I personally have. I have a very large concern with the city coming in and saying to someone, I'm going to change your livelihood. You know, those are just a couple. I'm going to just quickly, speaking to distrust, I do, my background, who I am, I instinctively trust you. If I meet you on the street, I trust you. But we've asked for a seat at the table during these TDR discussions. And while we've gotten a meeting at night, it was interesting for me to be called to a meeting of landowners that my dad couldn't go to. So I went to find out that developers have a seat at that table, and landowners who are not interested were not given that same seat as we planned them out. That caused me to think, okay, maybe I shouldn't just blindly trust. So those are a couple of my concerns. You know, I also wonder if this TDR does move forward, you've set up areas in town where we can sell these rights to. Is there a time frame to when these rights would need to be sold? Because development ebbs and flows. I need to know there's a value to them before I agree to it. And I don't know when people stand up here and talk about them. If you go home, I mean, the first time I heard it was at a meeting last fall, and I went home and I started searching TDR. And because of my husband's business, I've talked to some developers who a lot of them say they do not work like you're being told they will work. You start Googling TDR failure, and you will come up with numerous cases where it didn't work. One example, and I could be wrong because this is another issue that I have, is I have provided my email and my phone number to numerous people at the city saying anytime there's going to be a discussion of TDR, for my education, I would like to be allowed, I'd like to be notified. Well, if I'm sitting in Salt Lake at 4:30 and see it on Facebook, you know, a link to, hey, turn on the city council meeting, that isn't really notifying me that we're going to spend an hour with a video and maps. So I don't think that was a fair situation to put people in. I mean, I had one other person who's not here tonight call me and say, do you know anything of what they're discussing? I said, no, and I emailed back, or I answered back on Facebook, what is this discussion? And the answer I got was, we don't really know. That was my Facebook response. So, you know, that's not the best issue for trust right there. So I'm not 100% opposed to them, but one of the things when I went home the first night and Googled TDRs and what does it work and TDRs Utah, I saw some great farms up in, you know, Heber and Park City area, and I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. And then I read about Mapleton. And in Mapleton, they sold their TDR rights because they were only allowing 2 homes per acre. So some people held on to, some people sold their rights right away because now we can do 3 homes an acre. Some people held on to them longer, from what I understand. And then eventually Mapleton City went in and said, you know, that area where we were applying those TDRs, we're now going to allow 4 homes per acre. So the people who had held on to theirs, all of a sudden, because a new city council came in and changed the rules, were holding something worth nothing. And I don't know how you prevent that from happening, but those are questions that I would want answered. And I would once again just like to request, as we're looking at the positives, take a good look at the negatives and make sure that you have landowners in the discussion, not just developers.
I appreciate that. And I think a lot of this is we're trying to figure it all out. We're trying to figure it out. And so we're trying to get educated, and I think that's what this discussion was about, and look at all the pros and cons and see if this concept's good for those people down at the river bottoms or not.
Was not an agenda item meant for public dialogue on the merits of it. This was a staff report to the council to receive feedback of, are we going in a direction that makes sense for them to continue to consider? And so that's why it's not something that was noticed as a public hearing, and that's why, so that's something that's unique about public meetings. We have public meetings where the only time we as staff can interact with them as a group is here. But that's not meant, not every public meeting is meant to be a public hearing. And so we are saying to them, this is what we've been working on for the past 6 months. Is this a direction we should continue on? And they would say to us, no, stop, or yes, continue forward. They said tonight, continue forward, which then tells our staff, we have a bunch of other meetings that we will invite you as landowners to. You mentioned something about 401k, and I think that is absolutely critical, that you as a landowner never lose that opportunity for that 401k. These are made up numbers, and Dave said this in his presentation, but if there was an 80-acre field, and if Councilwoman Beck's math still holds, an 80-acre field would have, if it wasn't in the floodplain, then it would have 2 units. It would have how many TDRs? 160. So at Dave's made-up number of 30,000, the farmer would potentially be able to sell all of those rights for $4.8 million for an 80-acre piece of ground. That's the desire that this program has to maintain that, quote, 401k. So I say that to you not to say that's what the farmer would get, but that's the desire we have, not to remove that from you as a landowner.
I have 2 things. First off, if they deserve an education, I deserve the education too. So that's why I said let landowners know.
Sure.
I didn't anticipate speaking. I did not.
And we didn't anticipate you speaking either.
These notes were so that I could get someone's email and say, okay, or a phone number and say, walk me through, let me voice our concerns. The second part of that, you're correct, that 4.8 million is a very nice 401k, but if I'm taking those on the open market, I might be able to get a lot more. I know that for fact because of land that my family has sold.
But then did John just say that it wouldn't be worth much when he was up there?
Yeah,
Or did I
and that's all
misunderstand?
speculative because you're talking.
It depends on where you're at.
And
Right.
that's the
Okay.
exact right. Today, and we need to be done. There's no reason to have
Yeah.
arguments and debates here, right? But today, the land has value based on its potential. And if this city council says it comes into the city and it has 0 development potential, it has no development potential. That's the zoning law. If they say it has a 12, let's see, a 1/4 acre lot potential, if they say it has a 1/3 acre lot potential, if they say it has a 6,000 square foot lot, then that drives the value. Today in the county, its value is farm ground that can have 1 house per 5 acres. Now, people are speculating on that in the county. They're speculating on, in the future, it will have this, and that certainly is real. But it's pure speculation because it doesn't have those rights today. And anybody that says, today, in the river bottoms in the county, my land has rights greater than 1 home per 5 acres, they are not telling anybody the truth. Those are the rights they have because those are the zoning laws given by the county. Anything other than that is speculation. And somebody in the meeting today talked about you as a council trying to make people rich. And that's what happens there, right? You're not doing that. You're not trying to speculate. But we are trying to say, how can we solve this impossible? And if this works, if this is that magic bullet and we can preserve that area, that's what the majority of the farmers have told us. Not all landowners, but certainly the majority of the farmers' landowners have said they want to preserve it as open space and farming. And that's what the majority of residents have said, and that of course is what you're trying to accomplish. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the hinge pin is if you as a landowner choose to annex into Spanish Fork City. No. The TDRs that we're setting up are for landowners that choose to belong to Spanish Fork City. If you choose to stay in Utah County, none of this applies. Am I wrong in that assumption? Or if you choose to stay in Utah County, these discussions have zero bearing on your land, your 401k, and your future, because it would be up to whatever Utah County commissioners decide the land is worth, how many homes you can put on it, if it can even be developed at all. Am I wrong in that?
You're right. As long as the property's in Utah County,
So it seems to me that the concerns that many farmers have of what Spanish Fork City is doing and trusting and not trusting really hinges on whether you choose to come into Spanish Fork City as a landowner, or if you choose to keep your land as part of Utah County. The plan and the TDR we're coming up with is for those landowners that choose to annex into the city. And that, for me, that's the distinction.
Okay.
It happens two ways.
But it's rarely parcel by parcel.
The majority of landowners, the majority of value can decide for a larger group. Some people can be forced in, but generally it happens because the majority, right, that's how the law is set up. One last thing I don't know if we've ever said in these settings, but we need to say, I think when we do go forward with something, if it involves the river bottom staying open, there needs to be some specific ordinances in place, signages, et cetera, that say this is a right to farm area, so that the farming can continue without any inhibition, that the rights to the smells that come with farming and the flies and the horses and all of those things that we love, that then sometimes farmers feel the encroachment that comes on them, they shouldn't have that worry either. That right to farm should accompany something, if that decision as we move forward is to keep the bottoms open.
And we'll try, next time we have a discussion that involves all the landowners, we'll make sure that you're involved in that, because that's what we want to do. We want to get feedback from the shareholders and the landowners and all that. And so, like I said, this was just a discussion to tell the staff, because by law, this is how they have to talk to all of us at the same time. They have to do it in a city council meeting where they can present all this to us. So we'll get it all presented to you, and you will have that opportunity to talk and explain all your desires and your issues, and questions. And we want you to, because it's your property, your land. And we want to make sure that you're getting the value that you feel you're going to get. All right, let's move on to debt service.
Well, I have a 40-minute presentation on the tortures of Roman Empire.
Yeah, well,
but you've all been through it for the past 3 hours, so if you'd like, we can defer.
No, I think we need to.
Okay. I'll go fast, okay?
Well, I want the Reader's Digest version. Hey, thank you.
Oh, you don't need to leave now.
Well, no, and we don't want to hear the last of you. You know that. We want to hear from you, and there will be an ample time that we can hear from you.
The last time we met down in the city council, they said, hey, we will make sure you guys know about it when we're going to have these meetings, and they said there'll be some of the city councils get a hold of you so you guys can visit with them. I haven't been contacted. I do see Stacy, and she always waves and smiles.
Well, and a lot of it we're learning, because we don't have all the answers. Anyway. Yeah, and so I'm just like you. We're trying to figure it all out and figure out what's going on so we can speak intelligent to you.
Offensive things that have really upset me. One is when I found out there's a plan for a road coming up through there.
Yeah, and that's MAG.
Well, you know what? I think if there's any little thought on that, they could push that along the river, and that took the whole thing, put it out at the floodplain.
Yeah.
The road right against the river.
Yep, I agree.
And so that would even everybody up. I
Yeah.
would like this with the city making the decision whether you get building rights or you don't, just because they put a road through there.
Yeah.
That should be between the developer and the
Fred, appreciate you. All right, talk to me.
Are you done?
I could be.
We're gonna beat the planning zone. Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Are you ready?
Hey, will you start an hour ago?
I will start if you're ready, sir. So I'll pose the first question. Chad? Okay, we're talking about debt, about the city going into debt. I want to pose the question to everyone here. The first time you bought your first home, did you save up and buy your home for cash? The answer is probably no. Yes. Well, that's good for you. That's great. Congratulations. But just think what it was like if you had to save up the whole amount. But it's nice that you can go get a loan, you can live in the home and pay for the home while you're using the home. So I'm going to talk a little bit about debt and how the city uses debt and the reasons why perhaps we're going to be entering into debt. So I'm going to see if this will advance. Okay, this is a slide that shows the current city debt that we have. We have 3 bonds that are outstanding right now. You can see when they originally issued sales tax bond back in 2009, water bond in 11, another water bond in 12. And you see the original issue amounts, and then there are current amounts that are outstanding. I mean, we paid down the $22 million, we're down to $9 million. Some of the bonds are 20-year bonds and some of them are 10-year bonds. And you can see the year of the final payment on some of those are listed there, so they're varying. In the bottom part of this slide, it shows the bonds that we've issued and paid off since I've worked at the city. And at some point in time, we were about $50 million in debt. And now we're down to, you add those up, and it's 12 to 14 million that we have outstanding right now. So the city has issued debt, and the city also pays it off. This is another little graphic on the debt that we have, just so you can see the first section, the 2011, it's a state drinking water loan that we got on a real low interest rate. And I was going to tell you what that interest rate is because we're going to talk about that. It was 1.87 on a drinking water loan for 20 years. So it was cheap money that we got to be able to do the Crab Creek development up in the mouth of the Spanish Fork Canyon. The second one is issue 2012. It was a 10-year loan, and that interest rate was 2.6. And you can see that the way that it's structured, it's going to be paid off in 2 years. And so most of the water debt is going to be retired, and except for that low interest rate loan that's going to run out to 2032. The last set of columns is the public safety and the court building, the police station. That is shared with, we issued the debt, but the state pays us a lease. And so about half of the debt payment is paid by the state, so the city has the other half. And it's a sales tax bond. So looking back at these, so we have a sales tax bond for $22 million. We have 2 water bonds. That's it. That's what the city's debt is right now. Some of the major projects that the city has looming cannot be paid for as in cash. And the best way that I can explain it is what we'd like to use is debt, so the debt is paid over time as the asset's being used, not so the users that are paying for it are the users that are actually using it. Does that make sense? Chris is here with me and to explain some of these major projects, which is contemplating now to issue debt. After we had $50 million in debt, we're down to 12. Now we invest in our systems and we invest in the services of our city. The sewer plant is one of those that the whole city uses, and our sewer plant needs to be replaced. And there's a lot of technical reasons why it needs to be replaced as far as state regulations, the size and capacity, and other issues. There's issues with the collection system, new lift stations, interchange, a trunk line to open up an area of inside the city and just outside the city's boundaries. And also a water system. So, Chris, I don't know if you want to get into some of those. I'll let you come and he's going to talk about what these projects are and why we need them, and then I'm going to talk about issuing debt for them. Oh, he did something else for you. You want that?
Actually, it was his that I needed. Sorry. Just the laser. All right, so it's a little bit hard to see, but it kind of shows some general areas. There's a bunch of water projects that are really critical to the city that over the next 3 or 4 years we need to do. And I just want to explain them all and then just talk about a way we feel like we can do them without raising rates. Because initially it looked like we were going to have to raise water rates quite a bit. But I just want to explain the merits of these projects really quick. First of all, when I first took over Public Works, we had several water breaks along this trunk line. It's a CML, it's a concrete lined steel pipe, okay? And that pipe had rotted out in so many areas that we're going through several periods where it would break out and half the city would have very little water. And it was very stressful. And so we made some changes back then where we used this pipe for our pressurized irrigation system, and we gravity flowed into it, and basically it was just a kind of an open channel a lot of the way, but very low pressure. And so because of that, we stopped having these water breaks. But we always knew that as the city grew, we would need to line this pipe and put it back on our drinking water system, which is a high pressure system along here. It's now getting to the point where we need to do that, okay? And a lot of it is tied to the ULS water which we're taking, which we can use in our pressurized irrigation system, which now some drinking water, which is currently being used in a pressurized irrigation system, now can be put back into the drinking water. So this is a very critical project to line this pipe. Another project that needs to be done is there's 2 tanks right here at the mouth of the canyon. As you drive up the canyon, as you get closer, you'll see these 2 tanks, and they're quite old, and they are needing to be replaced. And so that's another project. A third project that is also quite large, in the $4 million range, is we need to run a trunk line into what we call the northeast bench area. In this area, we're finding that as people water their lawns at certain times of the day, the pressure is dropping too much. And so we need this added trunk line into this area to maintain pressures as this area grows pretty heavily. Central Utah has recently approved us connecting to that big tank in Mapleton so that we can take ULS water through here, which will then make it so our reservoir and the pump stations around the reservoir will have a lot greater capacity because they can be focused over here. Once we switch this large trunk line over to our drinking water system, we need to build a series of pressure reduction valves, creating another water zone, and those will go along here. And then we have a few other replacement projects in town that we would like to do sooner than later. And then finally, Kent talked a little bit about the West Interchanges sewer trunk line with the lift station here, which basically opens up this area to growth. But with that, when you build a lift station, you also have to run a water line out to there. And so these are all the water projects that needed to be done the next 3 or 4 years, which was, as we were projecting out, made it so we needed to do some fairly large water rate increases, unless you learn that bond rates are the lowest they've been since recorded history, according to Zions Bank. They said they've never seen bond rates this low, and if you bonded for these improvements and spread them out over a period of time so that these projects would be paid for by the people that are benefited from them, then it looks like you wouldn't have to raise water rates at all. It's a very opportune time to bond with rates as low as they are. And so what we'll be doing is over the next couple months presenting kind of what that looks like. If we did a water bond for between $11 and $12 million, get all these projects done now when the bidding climate's a little bit better and the rates are really, really good. And then you can spread the cost of that over a 20-year period at a low rate and not actually have to raise water rates at all, which seems to make a lot of sense.
That's what you get from the engineer, the facts.
Well, and that's been the least he's ever talked in the city council for a long time. So you follow lead on that?
Yeah, I will. I'll go really fast. So our bonding needs to do the sewer projects, which is a new sewer plant, a new trunk line, and a lift station, is $68 million is what we had issued the bonds for. We'd probably sell them for a premium and probably garner about $78 million is probably what we get in proceeds. That process has already started to do the sewer bonding. We have presented a parameters resolution to the council, which was approved. We've started the process to do the rating, presented that with the rating agencies to start that process. So that'll be the next, you'll hear more information about the sewer bond that's coming up. The water bond, Chris just explained about, whether it's 11 million or 12 million, that's to garner the low interest rates. And then the last set of projects is about the library, which in the work session before this meeting, we heard about that. Still finalizing the amount of the bond issue that might be needed for the library and the finance building. So those are 3 bonds that would be pending, and it is a substantial investment in the community for the residents, but it's also some assets and some utility systems that are needed for our residents to continue with their use and services that they get from the city, from water, sewer, and also the library. So are all needed for an investment. Okay, so why do we go into debt? The saying is, so those that use the system pays for the system. And the bond payments are paid from the rates normal from the customers through their utility bill. Why issue bonds right now? Chris mentioned that there's the low interest rates right now and low construction costs, and there's a definite need for some of these improvements to be done now. Why? What revenues will be paid to pay the bonds? Okay, for the first category, for sewer, there are scheduled small rate increases over the next couple of years to build that interest, the rate revenue, the sewer revenue stream, in order to pay those bond payments that are going to be coming up. Mapleton is one of our large customers. Their payments also to us will also help us make that bond payment. The The next one is water. We're anticipating, because of bonds are being paid off, and over that same amount of time, that those will not be a rate increased in the water. The current rates will be able to cover that debt. And in the library, which we have talked about in the past, is also 2 increases. Would be a small property tax increase. We phase that in over 2019, 20, and 21. Some discussion is now whether we roll the 21's tax increase into 20 and do it one time. That's for further discussion. A public hearing, a truth and taxation hearing, will be held on August 4th to discuss that option. And also with that would be a small assessment from each of the utility fees to utility funds in order to fund that bond payment. Okay. So where do we stand in our sewer fees? This is a sewer rate. You can see right now we're at about $27. That increase, Chris can probably talk a little bit specific of over the next few years. Our sewer rates will increase, but so will many of those on that chart. They're doing their new plants also because of the new regulations, and so a lot of sewer rates are going to go up throughout Utah County. This is our property tax summary that I've showed you in the past. We're anticipating, you can see where we are in the bottom here. We're at 991 is our property tax rate, which is the lowest for last year. We're anticipating if we raise both rates even this next year, both increases in 1 year, we're anticipating it's going to be around $12.50. And so you can see as it compares to the rates for last year, it would have still been the lowest in Utah County as far as the cities are concerned. So those are some revenue streams that we will need to increase: a little bit of property tax, a little assessment. The sewer rates will increase gradually over the next couple of years to be able to obtain that revenue stream we need to make the bond payments. So once again, our needs are $68 million for the sewer plant, and a sewer lift station, a sewer trunk line, some water projects that Chris explained, several of them, not just one project, but several different ones, and then the library, which is planned for construction in a year from now. And I think that's all I have. If Seth has some.
So touch on the timing for the sewer. That's coming up here in 2 weeks.
The parameters?
No, we're going to market on the 24th.
Oh, okay. Oh, the sewer. That's what we've already done, the parameter on the sewer. So like I was mentioning, we have already done the parameters. We've presented hired an FA, a financial advisor. We're preparing the document, an operating, I'm trying to think of the right word, an OS, offering statement, to give to get a rating, and from that rating, then they'll take that rating to the market and issue the bonds. And so that process is going to take place over the next couple of weeks to issue those bonds. We have 3 years to spend the bond money down. We'll spend the bond money first, and then we'll use some of the sewer reserves after that to finish the project. And same with Mapleton's portions also. Does that cover?
Yeah, just that we'll go planning on the 23rd.
Yeah, sometime the end of this month is when that bond sale will take place. We're still getting our rating right now, and then bond insurance, and then the bond issue will take place by the end of the month. So, which is the summary?
Just the 3 that we got. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Kent does such a great job of keeping all this straight. These are significant decision points for us. As Kent reviewed and Chris presented the information, the water projects are for maintenance, and there is no rate increases that we anticipate with those, as Chris has put that forward for the next 5 to 10 years. The current rate structure can handle it. For the sewer and for the library, both of those are what we would call service increases. We're increasing our level of service, maybe is a better way to say it.
and nobody will ever recognize the increase in the level of service in the sewer plant, because when I flush my toilet, it just goes away. But because of the requirements that are put on all municipalities and treatment plant systems, the service level increases how clean is the water that's coming out of that treatment plant. And that's the service level increase that our current plant just cannot meet. And these regulations are here, and we're actually in overtime, if you will, in that requirement process. So we do have to make those adjustments. And you have been very participative in the discussions and the process of the rate adjustments. Chris and Corey and Kent and others involved in this have done a really good job of walking through how to structure the bonds in the best possible way. If you want to walk through a thing of beauty, spend some time with Chris and his spreadsheet. But to do that, you got to go back 6 months and walk through everywhere that we've been and the different steps and how to make it. And I think the rate increases as they've moved forward have every iteration of this process, the end result of the rate increases for sewer has gotten lower and lower and lower. And so the process that they have followed has been fantastic in getting us to the best possible place. And just want to congratulate and express those appreciation to Chris and Corey and Kent. For the library, as Kent has here, we anticipate that we'll do an 18, actually, I think better today, maybe to say a $19 million bond. By next meeting, we might have it refined a little bit, but we'd probably, for today and some of the uncertainties, say a $19 million bond. The library portion of that is about 13.5. There's a finance and a city council admin component to it. It's for the building, it's about a 70-30 split. The library component is about $13.5 million, and we anticipate using property tax for that, as Kent outlined, for just that $13.5 million portion of the bond payment. We have other revenue sources that we will use for the remainder of that. And that's what we will talk about more specifically in our Truth and Taxation hearing next week. Next council meeting, first meeting in August. We will notice to the public a Truth and Taxation rate that will likely be higher than what will be needed because there are still some unknowns. And if we needed to go, I think the rate we put out was $12.50. It'll probably be less than that, and we'll be able to walk through some of those numbers for you. But I think the public will be here, and we'll have certainly some comments. We had talked about, and this will be something I think we need to reiterate in the Truth and Taxation hearing, but we had talked about doing the increases that we call holding the rate for the fire station for 3 years to help build Station 62, and then once it's constructed, help to increase the level of service for the emergency fire and ambulance services that we provide out of Station 62. And that is happening already with 2 increases that we did where we held the rate in 2019 and we held the rate in 2020. We, with this budget, propose to hold the rate again. This year's holding the rate is the smallest of the 3, and I think it garners about $125,000, if I remember my numbers right. But then in addition to that, we talked last year about increasing property tax over 3 years for the library. And in our last council meeting, the direction that you gave us was to not do a 3rd year in the 2022 budget, so next year, but to do it all in 2021, which, as we've studied it, actually has no long-term impact over the total amount that is taken for the bond. As that bond expires, the ability for the council to reduce that rate when it's done is there, and the net effect on the taxpayer is the same, whether you take it in year 1 or you take it all in year 2, or you do a little bit in 2 and a little bit in 3. And so that will be the big thing for us to discuss in the meeting, the Truth and Taxation hearing next week. It will be all about the library and administration finance building. And with that, you have some significant water, sewer, and general fund projects that we would be bonding for. Any discomfort with that? We already are moving forward with the sewer, so that's the biggest one, and to say let's not do that probably is too late. I will say something important. When we started this, the sewer interest rates we were using were about 2 3/4%. $68 million bond over the life of this particular bond, 20 years, 2 3/4%. You're going to pay about $21 million in interest. Right now, we're expecting to get somewhere between 1.75 and 2. At 1.75% interest, we save $8 million simply in interest costs. That's a huge savings. So just with that number alone, I think it's understandable the climate is better to go now than rather wait. And we'll know more about the library numbers, but we're seeing the same kind of rates right now for these types of bonds, and expect to see maybe $1 million savings over the life of this project with the reduction in rates. And we're hoping to see more with the construction. Right now, I think we heard in our work session that the construction costs have maybe only plateaued. So I guess that's good. They aren't increasing at a kind of an exponential rate like they have, but they've kind of plateaued. We are seeing construction prices right now go down a little bit in our street projects. So we're hopeful that continues. And if we can see the downward trend, then we will see that number be closer to the 18 that Kent has on the screen. All right, we just wanted to put those all three in front of you. No decision tonight, but the sewer will, before we meet again, we will probably have the bonds for the sewer project. And Chris is wanting to continue forward with these water project bonds such that you can be ready to do that. What was your timetable? In the fall? So he's saying to design them here in the fall and then bid them out, but when do you want to bond for them?
I would say you bond for them when you think you'll get the best interest rate. So I would just go with designs. When they say now's the best interest rate, let that rule. And I think that's sooner than later. I think that's right.
So for those that can't hear with the microphone, what Chris said is that he would recommend that we be prepared to bond when the market is the best. When can we get the best interest rate? There's a 3-year build time for all of these bonds, and with the water projects, we'll have the ability to do all of that within that 3-year time frame. With the library project, we'll be able to do that within the 3-year time frame. The only one that is potentially problematic is the sewer, but they've designed it in such a way that that won't be a problem either. So the recommendation from staff with the water project is, if the climate in the market is the best, that we can get something sub 2 in the interest rates, then whenever Zions Bank, our financial advisor, suggests that's the time that we be prepared such that we could do that. Which means that we may have another parameters resolution that we need to bring forward in August and have a public hearing for that maybe in August or September, and then have all of those items kind of queued up so that the trigger could be pulled when the market is right. Feedback for us on these.
And the water payment will be made by?
The water rate, the current
rates.
Water rate.
The rates. No
Yeah.
raise. You
Correct.
said no raise.
Correct.
They'd make the payment.
Yep.
I think it's important when and this is a little bit leading into our meetings that are coming up in the public hearing part of this, is I like Kent's analogy of your mortgage and your home, because you can't save, you'd be saving for 20 years to buy the home, and then the home would be that much more expensive. So I like that analogy of it. But the part that is different is the necessity of it. People could just rent and pay as they go if they wanted to, and not own a home. Where I think we need to make sure that we go in public hearings with this is the understanding of, you don't necessarily want government to do the same thing. You don't want government taxing citizens for years and years and years and years just to save up to do a big project like that. That's not how it works. Right. IRAs have been mentioned tonight, or excuse me, 401ks have been mentioned, retirement. This is that vehicle. Municipal bonds are what people buy. When you say go to market, it's going to a market with a financial institution that sells those to all of us to invest in them for a safe haven to get a return on our money and someday retire. So that's how the world is going around with this money. It's just not us with a loan shark in the back, lending us money on some speculation. So when we start is discussed, debated in a public hearing, is it time for that to happen? But it can't be the discussion and debate of, are you going to borrow for it? You have to borrow for these projects. That's what municipal bonds do.
Well,
they've done
and
it
to
for
your
100 years.
example, if you save, then
You'll never get it done.
well, you may never get it done, but I'm paying for it today.
Right.
I've been here for 10 years, and in the 11th year I move, and in the 15th year you finally bill it. I paid for that thing for 10 years, and I didn't get to use it at all. And so that the ability to use it while I'm paying for it is probably the doctrine of why do you bond as a municipality. Separating it from personal finances is actually quite important.
Yep. Which we don't do all the time sometimes, because that's what we're comparing it to.
Correct.
But how can I borrow bonds are at 1.3 right now. Well, how can I go borrow that money? Well, you can't. The reason why it's that low is because the taxable equivalent yield of that to somebody that buys that bond doesn't have to pay any taxes on the earnings.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of going and buying those bonds, and we're all buying them through our retirement vehicles, 401ks, IRAs, whatever. But that's the important part of removing from the public hearing of it, is because it is different than our personal finance.
It is different. However, he just said we paid $21 million in interest, or we will.
We could.
Who are you
So
paying
if I
that
had
to?
that money sitting and I bought, how great is this city? To me right now, we're in a really good spot. What, $12 million debt? That's really good.
That's it.
Yeah, but that's gonna change, I get that. But $21 million in interest, I can do a lot with $21 million.
Well,
If
what-
I saved.
Yeah.
Going back to that's what you start. You have to start at the beginning and say, okay, I save for this, and say, I get using that. But you still pay, even at 1.75 millions of dollars of interest over a 30-year period.
And if you save over 20 years, so let's start saving today. We have a $68 million sewer treatment plant that we have to build. We know we do in 20 years. So let's start saving. Every year, the construction cost of that goes up by what percent? Chances are it's going up by greater than 1.75 or even 2.75, right? Just that construction cost. And so even though I'm paying, if it was the 2.75% interest rate, even though I am paying in that situation a $21 million interest rate, I'm not paying, after 20 years, if it grew by 3% or 4%, the cost of the construction is going to add on 21
And we
or
could
40.
argue, because I could be putting that money in the bank and making 5%.
Not here. We can't
No,
make 5% here.
You're right, I
Yeah,
get that, but
yeah,
I'm
we-
just saying.
Which is why I said a moment ago.
We have to do that.
We
but-
have to separate it from personal finances
Right.
because we don't follow those same
And we
rules.
do that, and that's why we
Yeah.
do that, but.
And we didn't
But
have
that's-
to do pressurized irrigation.
You're never gonna tell me debt's a good thing, I don't care.
Okay,
That's like I
sure.
said, the city's in a good place right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna change that real quick. And the people that we're gonna put in bondage are every citizen in the city. That
But-
needs to be.
But if we're going to sell it, that we're almost going to, what are we going to here? 70 and 20 and $100 million. And our tagline is, you're welcome, we just bonded you for $100 million. And that's the tagline politically to people. You're now under bondage that way. That's not being...
You're not gonna win that with me, Mike. I'm just telling you, debt's not great. We're right now, we're in a good spot right now. We have low debt. That's gonna change. I know why. I've sat on the board. We gotta have a sewer plant. I
Right.
get that.
Right.
I'm just saying, not everything's always about, we gotta go into debt, we gotta bond, we gotta raise the taxes. We are putting them in bondage, $100 million for 30 years.
20
years. So and we get to use that. We need the sewer plant. I'm not arguing
Right.
that. You're never gonna tell me that debt's a good thing. I don't care where you go, whether it's personal, city, or otherwise.
That's
We always
not a
need to be
good
better.
thing, but we have to do it.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So,
That's the
and
other
I
side.
think we all agree, we don't
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So, but we've got to have this, and that's the only way we're going to get it.
Correct, yeah. And
So-
I think we put together a structure for all the rates that gets us there without being excessive in those rates.
I was just
Sorry.
going to ask, Chris's department has been saving for the sewer treatment plant. How many
Yeah.
thousands?
When it's
or-
all done, yeah, they'll have a few $1 million saved away. About 20.
Good job, Chris.
About 20. Yeah. Which is significant.
Yeah.
But it would take a long time to get the full 80. Yeah,
With the 11 million, he said it, that saves us a lot of money.
it does.
That's sitting
yeah.
on the table.
Yeah.
And we
It
look
does.
good at the bond when we go to get the bond.
Yep. Yeah. no,
Thanks, Chris.
The whole package of all of these has been just a fantastic process, and again, hats off to them.
Good deal. Thank you. Do we have a closed session?
I move we go into closed session for reasonably imminent litigation and land transaction.
Got a motion by Councilman Gordon, a second by Councilman Mendenhall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Public.